All right. Hello, everybody. I am gonna rework last stream's painting. That's my plan. I don't know about rework, but I didn't like that the highest contrast stuff was right at the edge. It looks okay for some reason when I view it in Clip Studio, but when I like share it and set it as my background and do other, I don't know. It just doesn't. I like this painting though, and I want to keep working on it. So I don't really know how I'm gonna approach it. I might try to bring some of the brightness, like make some additional layers up here, and then go back, and that way it like kind of it more flows. Because I think this gets a little bit light, so it's kind of it doesn't. I don't know. I'm not really sure what I want to do to it, but I do want to keep working on it and keep rendering it. It may be a shorter stream today. I don't know if I have 4 hours of rendering in me. Maybe I'll take a break or we'll do some other thing. Maybe I'll switch gears halfway through. I'm not quite sure, but that's my current thought process there. Also, what's happening? Why? Oh, I almost just hit end stream. Dang it, YouTube is... Okay, YouTube streaming is dumb. So for those who don't know, I stream as a VOD on YouTube. I stream for the VOD on YouTube because I don't like to have to re-upload it from Twitch to YouTube. So my main stream is on Twitch, but I also have I just save all them to YouTube, so I stream during that time. Typically nobody actually views on YouTube, which is fine. But for some reason, they just changed it so you can't edit your stream title, at least not from like the main streaming page, until after you go live, which means then I have to have last stream. I mean, I think there is a way to do it, but it's super roundabout, and it's like, why did you change this? You could do it just fine before. So anyway, that's dumb. I don't know why that's a thing. Thanks, YouTube, for randomly changing stuff. It still blows my mind that YouTube has not, like they're such a I mean, I guess so is Twitch, but they're such a ginormous company. How does their streaming, have so many, basic features that it doesn't have that Twitch has? I don't understand. You would think they could have learned and just done those things. Hello! Strum Eagle, happy beginning of another week. It is the beginning of another week, isn't it? It is a Monday, the 8th of December. How are you, Strum Eagle? Hope you're doing well. Alright, so first things first. Did I save references? I don't think I did. Hold on, let me see. If I did, I'll have to find new references, which is fine because I wasn't really using them. I have one here. Nope, these aren't the rocks that I had saved. These were cool rocks, though. I liked them. Okay, let's go hit the Google, or let's see, jagged rock mountains. That'll work. I think that's what I typed last time. And then I just scrolled down, and they were all of the same place. There's a lot of stuff. Oh, also, I didn't have a webcam. There we go. I have a webcam now. But yeah, Pepperly, hello! Hello, Strum Eagle. You're good listening while working. Nice. Hopefully work is super duper exciting, as work always is. Those references are very low resolution. Delete. And now that should be higher resolution? Yeah, that's better. Still not great. Also, that doesn't... I don't know. If I scroll down, different jagged rocks, like this. Basically just rocky structures protruding from the earth, hopefully with some mossy, or not moss, but plant life growing amongst them. So, stuff like this. That's kind of the vibe I'm going for. Hopefully it comes across. Actually, this one looks almost the same as that, kind of. I don't know if I'm going to add the trees, though. And then I need some references for... oh, I'll leave this here. I need some references for lava. Good old lava. Now, the tricky part about this is that real-life lava cutting through trees creates a crap ton of smoke. And then you can't actually see the lava on the ground because it's so smoky. Now, sometimes you can't, right? There are photos, but like, you know, generally when you have lava... Ooh, actually, this one's wild. I mean, that's... Is that real? That's crazy. That doesn't even look... That just looks like fire. That's a weird angle. But normally you get, like, a lot of this stuff, you know? Like, if you have freeze and you know, you get a lot of burning and a lot of black, not a lot of green. There are some photos, like this one's a pretty cool photo. And again, a lot of black around where the lava is, which is fine. I have that in the foreground. Yeah, this one could be useful. But yeah, kind of this color. Also, the sky shouldn't be as blue, but I kind of like it blue, and I think I'm going to keep it that way. It's tough, though, because, like, again, the sky is so smoky that's why it's not blue. Howdy! Skittle! Hope the week is off to a good start. The week is off to a good start. I didn't have work today, so that's good. I got to sleep in a little, played some games, listened to an audiobook a bit, and then now I'm streaming, and I'm somehow all of that I was unprepared to stream, and I was like, oh crap, I have to stream, and then I jumped into it. But no, it's going good. Okay, let's find more lava photos. Anything with flowing lava. Also, is my music a little loud? Maybe not. It might be good. Solid Wing, hello! Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay, right now, this is extremely uninteresting, probably, because I am looking for references. I'm just scrolling through photos, trying to find... I'm not trying to, like, find perfect references. I think the nice thing about the way I typically paint is because I come up with the idea first, and I start painting on it, and I kind of, you know, figure out composition, I'm never gonna find a reference that's perfect, right? And so I'm more just thinking, you know, finding rocks with general forms and interesting things that I can be like, oh, I like that, you know, there's a lot of small shapes on top and the big shapes are down below, and like maybe I can incorporate that. Or maybe I find the opposite and, you know, lots of small shapes down below and big shapes on top. That's also an option, right? And so, like, just finding these little patterns to emulate, you know, a nice reminder that there's big shapes with small, you know, smaller shapes in them, and just different stuff. The way the crack patterns go around the rock. Also, there's like this banding of color, which is kind of neat. Maybe that's something I add. Maybe it's not the same color, but it's still this banding. I have a question. How do we know for sure that the colors we choose was right? Right for what? What's your goal with the painting? Because I while you answer that, I mean, sometimes I think you want your colors to, well, okay, so I think a lot of people want their colors to just reflect reality, but that's tricky because, like, one, we know from sort of optical illusions and various fields of science that, like, it's how you perceive things can be influenced by other things, and not just like color relativity, but like if you are in a good mood, you might think things are brighter, and like, you know, but even that, you could in theory just take a photo, I guess. But again, you could color correct it to make it more match how you felt at the time. And so, like, even then, there's never going to be a true color. But even ignoring all that, even if there is a true color, I personally don't think the true color is the thing that I would want to go for necessarily. It might be. I mean, if you're doing like a study, maybe you want to, you know, try to not color pick, but like color match a photo to try and understand why and how that color is the way it is. But if you're actually trying to like tell a story, it's kind of like with the expressions, right? A lot of people, when they're happy or angry or sad, they don't look happy, angry, and sad, right? They just kind of have like a random face. And so if you're trying to do expressions, like if you're a stage actor or something, you might exaggerate it, right? And so the goal isn't always just to be realistic, right? Sometimes it's to communicate. And I think colors do a lot of that same thing where you can communicate a mood. You can make something more a certain way. And so I don't know. It's hard to say what the if the color is right. It's more like, does the color do the thing you wanted it to do? And that depends on on what you're painting and why you're painting it and what kind of art you're doing. And like, it's, if you're doing concept art, you might want them to, basically look like the thing minus the lighting. Like, maybe you don't want to do dramatic lighting because you're just trying to show materials. But if you're trying to do an illustration and tell a story, maybe you do want dramatic lighting and crazy colors and, and then it's like, well, okay, so what does it mean if the colors are right? I don't know. So my solution to all this, sorry, this is we're starting off stream quick with a rant. My solution to this is, try to know what your goals are and then see if the colors meet the goal. And sort of the more that I feel like I learn about art, the more I can understand what potential goals are. Maybe I have 5 goals and one of them is, accurate colors, but the other is storytelling, and it's like, okay, well, now it's a struggle because I want to push the story far enough that you can tell what it is, but also make it feel not too crazy, right? And then it's this balancing act, and you're trying to get them just right. So yeah, it's tricky because it's tricky. But I also think a lot of it is like, you create principles for yourself, like, you want your shadows and your lights to feel distinct. And maybe you want your, if you have a bright blue sky, maybe you want those bright blue shadows, that skylight shining into the shadows. And so maybe that you want your shadows to be saturated. And then everything else in the sun doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to not feel as saturated, right? And so it's like, maybe you're just focusing on the warm and cool contrast, and you're not focusing as much on, like, is it perfect? I don't know. It's tricky. And also, typically, colors are really nuanced. I mean, if you were to take a photo, even something like this, and, like, here, I can do it right now. Nope, not that. If I were to color pick this, I mean, even within here, if you look at as I move this around, look at the hue jumping around. What does it mean to make an accurate color? Like, you can find green, like reddish, grayish brown, which looks a little green. You can find some stuff that's, in the blues, literally. Well, it's gray, but it's basically, literal blues in these dark crevices. And then super saturated pinks, or that are nearly black, like, what color, It's more of, like, there's a general orangey reddish color, like, but that's very gray and desaturated. And then a light, there's a general desaturated yellowish orange color that's a little bit brighter, but there's still grays that look almost green, and then the oranges that look actually orange. And so it's tricky. I don't think, and then over here in the same type of rock, you have, this looks extremely blue, and this looks quite red, and they're both in shadow, right? This is because the sun's hitting this, and apparently there's probably some bounce light bouncing back in from somewhere over here. I don't quite know how it's getting there, but the fact this is red and this is blue makes me think this is probably getting a lot more reflected light from the sun, probably off of these rock faces, right? Bouncing off of here. But it's not hitting this surface, so this blue light's making its way in. And I think thinking about that, sort of the relationship between colors and why they exist in the first place, I think lets you get to a point where they look more believable, and you can understand why the color, I don't know, and you can start adding in that nuance if you want. I don't know, I guess it depends on what your goals are with color, and what your goals are with your painting. Okay, good evening, Cassini returns. How's it going, Cassini? Hope you're doing well. Now that I have a certain collectible card game with very beautiful art, I see so much more in this art. No. Is a certain collectible card game Magic the Gathering? Because I was ranting about Magic, rambling about Magic the Gathering last stream. Also, let's say hi, Solid Wings, and Stream Eagle says Kailua in Hawaii should have a lot of examples. I don't know, Kailua? I don't know how you say that word. Should have a lot of examples, different types of lava and float. Yeah. But yeah, no, color's a tricky one because it's depending on what your goals are. Accurate means something different. But I think a lot of people just want to paint it so it looks like the place, as normally people see it. But that's more just like the goal is accuracy, and I would push back on that a little bit and be like, should the goal be accuracy? Like it's fine if you have that as a goal, but that's not the only goal. And even if it is, and I think then a lot of it comes down to trying to, because again, there's a lot of illusions, right? You might look at these rocks and be like, you know, these are red rocks, and then you color pick, and you're like, well, okay, well, what's the shadow? Oh, also red. No, they, you know, like it's hard. So I think, again, still just understanding why they are the color they are, and making comparisons, like you know that the sky is blue, and so the shadows are probably going to be a little bit more bluish. Because the rocks are a warm color, the shadows will probably feel a little more desaturated, because if you take like a warm color and put a blue light on it, it's not going to make it like, right? You're kind of spanning the color wheel from like red to blue, and so you're basically going through gray. So like, you know, the shadows, I can reasonably guess that they're going to be more desaturated. The light, although oftentimes light is also very desaturated, so they might both be quite desaturated. You know, and then there's like value stuff, like greens I know tend to be quite dark, so the way I would pick greens is I'd make sure I don't pick them very bright, and you can see that if I make my screen black and white, right, the trees are quite dark. And so just trying to understand these patterns, and that way you can simplify, because again, you can't make everything the perfect color, right? There's too much variety. There's just too much stuff happening, right? You can't, I mean, maybe if you were trying to do photorealism and you did a small section of a rock on a massive board, and you could, like, you know, make sure each part is the exact right hue, but like, why, right? If this were a slightly different hue, you would never know, right? If this were a slightly different value, you know, if this one was this, you would never know that it's wrong, right? It's so subtle that you can't even tell, because there's just so much variation. I think the main thing is just trying to be consistent, right? Like, you know, consistent lighting direction, consistent shadow shape, you know, consistent light direction, consistent, you know, temperature shift, you know, fairly consistent. Rihanna, hello! Tryhard Ellie, hello! Oh, nice. Now the screen turns black and white on stream as well. I actually learned the black and white. Yeah, I can make it black and white. And actually, look at this. Look how, if you kind of don't pay attention to the color too accurately, and obviously not me, if you just look at the color itself, I'll take myself off of this. It really only looks like the sky turns off, because this stuff is already very gray. Like, that's another thing about color. You might see this as, oh, look at this warm and cool. This is very yellow. This is very not yellow, right? But, like, they're both very gray. Right? I mean, relative to, say, this blue, right? They're very desaturated. And that's something that you may not know if you're just painting from, you know, real life for the first time. Your brain is going to tell you that this is a bright orange, you know? Because compared to everything else, it is. But it's not, right? And so, or it's not relative to other things in the image. And again, this is where photos are really fun, because here's a fun example of color changing depending on what you're photographing. Clouds. Giant clouds. So cameras do a thing. I don't know why I'm going on this rant, but I love it, so... Anyway, so a lot of times, if you just photograph clouds, let me find a picture. Well, here's a, well, hold on. I'm looking for a couple, two separate, okay, here's a photo. Here's one photo of clouds. It's quite nice, if I do say so myself. Very idyllic looking. And I'm gonna find another photo without ground. And I hope these aren't AI, but I think I am cherry picking my example here, but I think you will understand the example I'm making. Okay, here's another. And here's another one. Okay, so here's 2 photos of clouds. Well, obviously their colors are very different. Oh, wait, no, this isn't a good one. Because this is a good one. This one's probably taken from an airplane. And the reason so what I was looking for in these 2 images are one photo that was only taken of the sky. It wasn't a crop of the sky. It was purely taken of the sky. And here's the thing where the camera is doing white balancing, right? The camera is saying, oh, it needs some dark stuff, right? Or maybe the photographer is after the fact, but more than likely there's some like, whoop. What happened? Where did it go? Oh, here. So in this image, you have these clouds, you have the full range of values, and it looks correct, right? But if you were viewing this as a cloud far away, and you had these in here, well, these are dark, right? So you can't have dark back here also. Like, relatively, these clouds are much, much lighter than this. But if you're only taking a photo of the clouds, you can afford those shadows to be much, much darker because white poofy clouds, they aren't normally black, but they can be. They can be black if you're the deep crevices, and you're allowing your camera to focus that way. Did you make does yourself? So not? Hey, Rihanna, did I make what myself? Did you make something yourself? I'm trying to comment on YouTube, on Twitch, but I don't see my comment can pass through, so I came here. Moonski250. Oh, weird. I don't know why your comment didn't come through. Anyway, hi. Yeah, I don't see it, Aerith, on YouTube. That's very strange. I don't know why. Are you... No, I didn't take these photos. No, I didn't take these photos. I just Googled them. But I was just trying to make a point of cameras, oftentimes in a photo, you want to balance your values, right? And these values, if you color pick, are very bright. The entire sky is bright, right? I mean, maybe this part of the blue is pretty dark, but pretty much the entire sky is bright, right? And then down here, and they're bright because these are in the photo, right? If you were just taking a photo of the sky, you'd probably want to balance it something more like this, right? And so what is the true color of this cloud? Well, it depends. Are you painting this and looking at just the cloud, or are you taking in the full scene, right? And that's tricky, and like this might feel like what you experienced, but again, if you were in an airplane and you had an airplane around, a window around you, it might look like this, right? And then this would feel, relatively speaking, a lot lighter, right? Yeah, I even tried on other accounts I'll follow, but nobody sees me. I'm a ghost. Oh, are you on a VPN, Aerith? If you're on a VPN, sometimes VPN users can't see, you can't see them on Twitch for some reason. Yeah, that's very strange. I wonder how many people are, like right now on Twitch, how many people are commenting away on VPNs and have no idea that nobody can see their messages. That's sad. That is a sad thought. You're even more into photography at the moment? Yeah, that's awesome. Photography is great. It's also just a great way to... I haven't ever really been super into photography. I know enough to like about it, but I don't know how to... If I were to try and take a photo, I'd be terrible. I would be so bad at photography. I mean, I think I could learn it, obviously, but like I don't know anything about cameras themselves and how to adjust those settings. But yeah, I mean, I think this is why color is one of the trickiest things, because it's like how you perceive it, and your perception is not objective. Oh right, it's because I used to watch YouTube videos and they have ads, so I use VPN for this. Wait, yeah, it might be a VPN. I know that's a pretty common issue, but I haven't really experienced it much myself. But yeah, that's I guess here's the PSA that I also stream on YouTube. It's mostly for the VOD, and it's hard. It's nicer if everybody's chatting in the same place, but it doesn't really matter. I'll just make a point of mentioning that there are people chatting on YouTube. Anyway, so let's get into this painting. I want to do some correcting of, not correcting, but some changing, and I first want to just jump in and play around with stuff, make some selections, change values a bit. I'm going to do a kind of a sloppy job here. If I have to repaint stuff, so be it. I'm just going to lurk here while studying for your finals. Ah, good luck, Infinite Wumble. Yo, that's so cool. Curse Ducky, hello. Thanks. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to... I don't know. I'm on the fence of this. I want to continue painting it, but I also want to fix some stuff and play around a bit. Ooh, you know what I could do? I have an idea. This might be stupid, but I'm going to try it anyway. I'm going to do a multiply... Oh, not multiply. No, I am going to do a multiply layer. And then I'm going to set it to a slightly darker color. Is this going to work? I think this will work. And then I'm going to erase, or I guess I'll mask to be fancy. I'm going to mask the sky because I want the sky to be the lightest. Maybe I'll take like a... No, I can use a soft brush. Actually, I can use my regular brush. Hold on. No, I can't. Why can't I do that? I don't know. I thought I could use white. But anyway, I will use a soft brush here. I'm gonna mask this. I don't know how well this is gonna work. I'm just trying to correct some stuff today on this. I painted this scene last stream, and I want to continue on it, but I want to fix some stuff. Like, I don't like how contrasty the bottom is. Your boys have their finals too? Good luck everyone on your finals. So after finals, are you on, like, Christmas break? Is that how that works? It's exam season? Okay, so I'm trying to... What I'm trying to do is things that are farther away, I want to be a little bit brighter. So things that are higher up are also farther away from the viewer than things that are down low, because we are down low. So these can be a little brighter. But then, I want to make a point of also having some of this stuff brighter. Because I want these rocks to feel like they also get further away from these, right? Like, I don't want everything to be bright, but these rocks should be a little bit brighter than this rock. Your boys have their Christmas break after? Nice. Or not nice, depending on if you don't want them home. I'm kidding. But yeah. No, that's cool, though. Breaks are always great. Okay, does that... I think we've done a little bit there. And now I can bring in maybe some of this color. So, like, this could be a little bit... this could be a little bit warmer down here. Because... Or not warmer, but lighter. No, I'm sure you love it when the kids are home. Hello there, Azel, how's it going? Okay, so now we've got this, and I want to try... I'm just going to merge visible, so now it's all on one layer. I want to try some stuff. I just want to basically treat this as a sketch for a moment, and allow myself... I know I just did some correcting, and now I'm undoing stuff. But I just want to play around with some stuff. I'm not allowed to answer. That's okay. You don't have to answer. Doing all rightish. What about you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing well. My day's good. I didn't have work today, so it was a nice day off. But yeah, I want to bring in some of this orange in here. And I don't know, I might end up ruining this, but that's okay. That's why I made a new layer, right? I can paint on it. Yeah. Could also do like, so we have some references here. Let me put them back on screen. I have some references here. If I delete, oh, I didn't mean to delete that. There's this. Where's some more lava ones? This. And some of these lava, they crackle up, right? They have these little thingies like this and blobbies, you know. I don't want to make them look like mushrooms, but little blobs, you know, lava popping up. And so I want to be able to use that to make it more dynamic. Maybe get some shapes, some small shapes in like here, where it's like this thing is sort of in the foreground and crackling up, which is a way to get some of that color into the scene a little bit higher up. Makes it a little bit more dynamic too, with some movement. Is something off in perspective? Maybe. It very well could be. It's a little bit like curvy, is that what you mean? I don't know. If it looks off, it probably is. I don't know if, to me, I don't see it, but it very well could be. When you M, something is off. When I M. I mean, there is definitely stuff off with it, whether or not it's the perspective. I mean, there probably is. There's probably some scale issues that I'm not catching. Like, you know, I mean, I mentioned this last stream a little bit. Sometimes when you do things like paint large rocks in the background, these rocks are so much bigger than these rocks. It makes it feel weird because this is the opposite. Normally things get smaller as you get further back, and if you randomly want one object to be a big object, now there's a confusion of like, well, which one is off, right? But really, it might not be any. It might just be a like, because like this is an optical illusion that happens in real life, right? This is like what Disney does to intentionally trick your brain into making things look bigger than they are further back, right? They make something that's supposed to be big very tiny, and so your brain sees it as like further away because you expect it to be big. Or like sometimes you don't know how. Yeah, so anyway, this is also just a thing that I think artists do a lot on accident. I probably shouldn't have done it, because it's cool to have like, and I mentioned this last stream, but when we were talking, so this might be a repeat for a lot of people. But a lot of times, you know, one of the ways to show scale is to show depth is to overlap, right? Because you can't put, if you have a small object, or sorry, if you have a big object, you can't put a small object behind it, right? You won't be able to see it if it's behind it, right? And in perspective, that's how it works, right? You have smaller objects. And so one of the easy ways to add overlap is just to put a big object behind a small object. Now that you can tell that this object is in the foreground and this one is behind it. But the problem is that this is not how perspective works, right? Typically, if you had two of the same object, then it would be smaller back here, right? Not bigger. But because I wanted this graphical read, right, compositionally, I wanted this to be behind it, I made it larger, and that kind of is a little confusing if you think they're supposed to be the same size. So one of the ways to get around that is to intentionally make them different, right? If this were a castle, right, now you can understand that, okay, this isn't supposed to be a rock that looks like that. These are castles. So now it's not, the illusion won't read, or it won't break, because you aren't actually making the comparison. So that's one way to do it. If you want bigger objects in the background, is just make them different. But if they're kind of the same, it can be a little tricky. So but I don't know if that's what the issue is. It could be. You can't see what though? Yeah. That's the tricky part, right? It's hard to know what's off sometimes. But yeah, if it feels off, it probably is in some way. And hopefully as I paint, I will figure it out. You know, that's a nice thing about the painting process, is so much of it is just like constantly trying to think about how things work and why something feels the way it does, and trying to basically put words to it so that you can then translate that into images. Because if you can't put a word to it, you probably won't be able to paint it, in my opinion. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well today, and if anyone has any art to share, please do. Maybe if I make these a little smaller. What could we also do? We could add trees if we wanted. I don't think I really want to. Also, some of these shapes are kind of wonky, like this one. Maybe I'll just do this. Another thing we can do is to try and fix some of the mistakes that are in, is just really figure out where our eye line is. So in this case, it's probably about here. And just really pay attention. Oh, yeah, let me make a new layer for this. And really pay attention to what we can see the tops of. You know, could we see the top of this rock? Well, yes, we could, right? Because we're looking down at it. And so, you know, making these rocks look like, you know, maybe they have a little bit of blue light on top or something, right? And then, like, what about this rock? Can we see the top of it? Well, no, not really, because it's above us, right? And so just being a little bit extra careful of some of the shapes we're making. So if this is like a square rock shape, right, we should have these little angled corners up here, because we can't see the top of them. Right, and same up here. These should maybe be a little bit more extreme in their angles. Right, a little bit more jagged, pointy angles. Something like this might look a little weird because it almost looks like we can see the top of it, right? And so maybe changing some of these shapes just a bit. You're patron drawing at the moment for sewing, but you're procrastinating. It is hard. Procrastination? Yeah. It is hard not to procrastinate, if that's what you mean. And by patron, you mean commission, like you're doing a commission? And if so, that's awesome. When people say patron, I always just think Patreon, which could... I know that's not where the... That's technically where they got the name Patreon, but it's from having patrons, but that's not really a word that I think about that often. No? Okay. I don't know what you mean then. You're patron drawing. I don't know what that means. I feel like I probably should. Yeah, I don't know. I assume it's for a person. A patron. Patron for sewing. I don't know what that is, so let me Google it. A pattern? Are you drawing a pattern? A pattern? Maybe a pattern? Patron. Pattern? I could see those words being very similar. Yes, okay, gotcha. Yeah. A pattern. Yeah, okay, that's cool. You're doing a sewing pattern. That's awesome. That's, you know what? That's one of the things I've never been big into sewing, but that's like the most interesting part for me, is like trying to make your own patterns. I realize you have to, like, you know, get good at it first. And so obviously if I'm a total beginner, I couldn't just jump into making patterns probably. But that always seemed like the fun part. So yeah, I'm just going over this painting a little bit with a fine-tooth comb. And not a fine-tooth comb, but a comb of some sort. A broad-tooth comb? Is that a thing? Yeah. Just going over it and basically making it so that we can't see the tops of any of these rocks. Just tweaking the perspective just a little bit. You know, things like this, right? If we have light up here, instead of seeing that, maybe we see this, right? So that this shadow part curves over the form, and then you can't see it anymore, right? So that it feels like we're looking up at it as opposed to down. Your little cousin knitted me a hat last year? Aw, that's awesome. I love knitted hats. Hello there, Just Fiction. How are you? Hello there. Hope you're doing well. Okay, I do have some references. But yeah, see how like the light up here? See the shape of the light? So if I were to draw this, right? See how we don't see, we can't see the light like a lot on top, right? Sometimes there's little specks here. So like where the thing turns the form, almost like a shape, but like mostly you aren't seeing all of that, right? And that's kind of the same is true as if you were just to have like an ambient light shining down. Well, not really, but like you just wouldn't be able to see the tops of it, right? Even if there isn't light, even if it's just grass on top of this, sometimes adding something right on the very tippy top is nice to help show the forms, because you can start seeing these shapes. You know, is the shape like this, right? If the shape were like this would be this would be like we're looking down at the top of it, right? But if it's like this, then it looks like we're looking at the side of a sphere, right? And if we could see even less of it, that would be like we're looking really up, up top. And so the shape that you draw is gonna make your brain see a different form. And so a lot of times, especially if you're drawing a lot of things, it's very easy to go wrong and draw one of them. And that's why I like to add things like, grass on top of rocks to help show what form it is, right? If this is grass, I could do something like this, right? Where it's almost like an oval. But if it's up here, it can't be an oval, right? If I do an oval, it's going to look like we're looking down at it. And so the shape that I'm drawing is going to be determined by the perspective. And so even though it's not like a perfect oval, right? I'm not going to draw a perfect oval if I'm drawing grass up here, but I'm kind of making it, ovalish. And if it's up here, it can't be like that, right? All you're seeing is the overhang. So you might get little shapes going like this. Anyway. It all comes back to spheres. Spheres and... But yeah, I'm not sure if I like the overlap here. I almost want to start over. Oh, I like to see you continue this painting from last stream. What are your main goals? Well, I don't know if reworking it's the best. So my main goals today are to add in more lava so that it's not just bright down below. Or at the very least bring in some brightness up top so that you have like a more balanced contrast, because it was a little bottom heavy and it just felt very weird. Also, there's a perspective line in here. It just felt very like super bottom heavy, and I think maybe the stuff in the foreground didn't feel like it was in the foreground. I think also I will hopefully continue it further along and do some like actual rendering. But yeah, it's basically just continue it. But, I guess paying careful attention to shapes. Also, there's unclear shapes like these, right? Is this one object or two objects? Or is it three? Like, it's a little hard to tell, and the overlap isn't clear. you know, maybe I want to bring this one in here and do like a... you know, like an overlap like that into the distance. And so maybe I want to play around with some shapes like that. And so I just basically cleaning it up to make it a little more readable or legible, whatever the right word is. But that's my main goal. I might even add something fun in there, like a building or something up here. I don't know. I'm not really sure. But even stuff like this, right, where it's just clarifying some things, right? Like this one, if we turn this layer off, like it's just... I think there's a point where, especially if I'm using lots of different values, it can get a little muddy and flat. Also, I've already done some stuff like... right, like added some contrast, you know, darkened up the foreground a bit. Even that might allow me to add a wider range of values. So that's kind of my goal. It's going to be a chill stream. You did put a photo of your floor rag in Discord art. Ooh, let's take a look. A floor rag. I'm assuming a mat, but I don't know. I love not really art. It'll count as art. It's good enough. Or maybe it is a rag. I don't know. Let's take a look. Is this art? Oh, yeah, it's a rug. A rug. I like it. I like this a lot. Yeah, rug. Yeah, I love the you know, like maybe direct translation type things. Rug it is. Yeah. I got it. I gotcha. A lot of times when words are like from one language to another, and like sometimes the translation is so literal. I notice this a lot where like having talked to a lot of people who speak German as their native language, and then they speak English, a lot of times the words that they like struggled with, I only now am realizing why, because now that I'm trying to learn German, or at least a little bit, I'm starting to stumble across these literal translation issues where it's like, oh, that's why they called it that, right? Because the literal translation is also a word in English, but the word in English is not the word they're looking for because it's a different thing, and like maybe that's, you know, it has similar roots, but it ends up being a slightly deviation. So anyway, I think it's great. But yeah, no, this is great. Really gorgeous. Blaze Nova 20, hello. You said you love my art. It's beautiful and gorgeous. And amazing. Adding words. It's beautiful and gorgeous. No, it's beautiful and amazing. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. I like how I'm just failing to read what people say and I'm just inserting my own words. That's what I'm gonna do if anyone ever like just says mean things. I'm gonna be like, just read their comment as like a compliment. I'll just switch the words out and make it say something, you know, and just in my head I'll just take it as something else. The literal definition of like hearing what you want to hear. Good strategy. Yeah. You are such a lovely person, they say, as it's like, you suck. You know, like, thank you. But no, I really appreciate it, Blaze Nova. Yeah, you know what I want to try? Just for the sake of sort of realism. A gray sky. You tried it, and you tried, and without the VPN active, still nothing. I changed to your phone from here, and it was like your comment disappeared. Oh, weird. Anyway, I just found your Twitch account yesterday. I'm watching you. Thank you. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, Aerith on YouTube. Yeah, that is really bizarre. I don't know why you can't comment on Twitch. If it's not a VPN issue, I don't know what it would be. But yeah, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna gray up the sky. Or at least the horizon. Maybe I'll leave the top part a little bit bluer. This might make the painting look a little bit more grim. But it is a lava. You know, there is lava here. It's truly weird indeed. Yeah, that's just bizarre. So if I was trying to, like, base it more off the references, this is a little bit closer, I think, to what we'd see. Which is probably okay. But it does look a little bit more, you know, it's less blue now. Which I don't know, I kind of like. It does, it pushes the focal point more, you know, it harmonizes the color palette a little bit more, because there is a lot of gray in this painting. I kind of like it. You know, that's something that I got from references, is, you know... I mean, I kind of know that, like, typically there's a lot of smoke. And sometimes you can pull off, you know, things that are super unrealistic, but... You know, sometimes just adding that little layer of gray in, or whatever... I think that's nice. I still think I want it to be mostly... Like, I don't want it to be super... Right? I don't want it to be like that. That just changes the mood too much. I am a little bit concerned about the overall shapes here. So, like, these shapes. You know, because they're very jagged. They're very... There's a lot of repetition here, right? And maybe not in the right way, right? Or not in a good way. Everything is very samey. And maybe I should go more like this, you know? Or something. Rather than all the same shape, pretty much. That just feels a little... like teeth, almost, you know? Also, like, maybe there's another hill back here. Also, I don't know why my music is so loud. Let me turn it down. Sorry if my music is blasting everyone's ears. Hopefully this doesn't get too loud. There. It was blasting my ears, so... maybe it wasn't bad for you guys. I don't know. Your main issue with English is the spelling. It's so inconsistent. Yeah, it is. It very much is. Sorry about your ears, though. And it was okay on our end? Okay, I mean, I can still turn up a little bit more back on your end without hurting my ears. Okay. I think some people... Actually, I don't know how it works. I think some people have really fancy streaming displays where, like, they are... all their stream stuff is on a separate computer. And so they actually don't have to hear their own music as much or at all. Rather than having it come through their desktop audio, it's just its separate thing, which is not... That's not how mine is. Mine's coming through my desktop audio. And so it has to be audible for me, for you guys to hear it, I think. Because if I turn it down for me, it also turns it down for you. But I also have a setting just for you guys that I can turn up or down. So it's kind of like I have these two levels, but one is like the master volume, which is the one that I hear. And so it's not an ideal setup, but it works. There's probably a better way to set it up. You know what? What if we had some floating rocks in here? Something in the sky. I know, maybe this is too much. Because if we do that, surely we should have rocks up here in the foreground. But this is where... Oh, also, am I on the wrong layer? No, this is a good layer. Minecraft. Yeah, a little bit of Yeah, a little bit of Minecraft. The bad world generation. Exactly. Square. Here, they're just square blocks. Literal Minecraft. Everything is squares. No. Where just round out everything. Make every single one of these shapes a square. No, we're not doing a mine. That would be kind of fun, though. Whoops. Hey, Drupzilla. How's it going? But no, we're not drunk. You meant to say hi. We'll now put a pig on it. A pig up here. I don't know how pigs look in Minecraft. I know they're pink. Speaking of Minecraft, doesn't a new update come out tomorrow? With the yeah, I think a new I think the new update comes out tomorrow. It's the one with the Nautilus, the underwater riding thing, and then the spear. I think there's a new weapon. A spear and a Nautilus, which I think is good for building. I don't actually know anything about it. I haven't played any of the snapshots. But anyway, this is a Minecraft stream. This is an art stream. Although there is a lot of overlap. And actually, a lot of Minecraft YouTubers are really good at giving art advice because they have to worry about things like values and, you know, different perspectives and angles and scale. And they're playing with shape design and, you know, they're doing all the stuff that artists do when we think about, especially if they're designing their own builds. So a lot of it's like basically concept art. So there's a lot of, yeah, a lot of overlap. But anyway, that's a different topic. That'd be a huge pig, yeah. Thank you for the follow! But yeah, if anyone's doing any art and would like to share, I'd love to see. But yeah, I don't know how different this painting is going to look by the end of stream. Honestly. Because I'm still kind of just playing around with big shapes. Or not really big shapes, some big shapes. But like, for example, this, right? I've kind of rendered it last stream, but do I really want it to look like that? You know, it jets out larger than all the other stuff. Is there a reason for that? I don't know. You did some art earlier for Casey's art gym. Right now I'm just thinking about ordering takeout for dinner. Ooh, delicious. So I may or may not be next Tuesday, a week and a day from today, so not tomorrow. I may or may not be on Casey's stream. So that might be a thing. I think I might also stream on that Tuesday. I don't normally stream Tuesday, so I might add an extra random stream where I just do like the co-stream with Casey. I don't actually know. We haven't completely 100%. It's not a thing yet, but I'm pretty sure it's a thing. So maybe it's too early to announce. I don't know. But that's gonna be fun. So we're gonna talk environments, I think. And probably a bunch of random you know, just random topics. Maybe a lava stream for a floating rock. Yeah, that could be fun. I mean, that's very Minecraft, right? You have the one random lava block that's just like creating all of this lava down here. It's like, how does it do that? How does one lava block create... Somebody did the math for water. So like so in Minecraft, water will spread and then it'll only spread like a certain number of blocks, like 7 blocks or something. But if on the 6th block it goes down, it'll then spread another 7 blocks. And so as long as you have a staircase of 6 blocks at a time, you can basically make an infinite pool of water. And so somebody did the math for how much water is in a single bucket if you put it at a high point and let it maximally cover the surface. Like how much water weight would Steve in Minecraft be able to carry around? And it was just like some ridiculous amount of weight. And I think that's the record for like the most weight Steve can carry. Even more, like if you put water in shulker boxes and stuff, like it's far more than any single stack of block. Which I think is hilarious. Like it's so stupid. But I love it when people just try to figure out like random things. Like, so how strong is Steve? Like, we know he's strong, right? He can carry, many stacks of gold bars, which are, and then people will do the math and figure out how much it is. Like a gold brick, a gold block, for example, is a meter by a meter, I think, is what it's supposed to be. And so we know the weight of that, and then you can do the math based on how many you can fit in your inventory. But apparently water is way heavier because it's on a technicality though, because one bucket of water can fill up a ridiculous amount of space. And so you have to assume that that's how much water is in a bucket, which I think is hilarious. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. I like that stuff. It's fun. Okay, I don't know if I actually want floating rocks. I want to kind of keep the composition as like an arch a little bit. And I'm very, very loosely painting this, right? Like my brush is very big. I'm just making little shapes. And I do like this. It's funny, this kind of painting is, I think, one of the only times where I actually kind of go into like this weird nitpicky mode, because there's so many options. Like, I could put a rock here and it wouldn't matter, right? If I wanted this thing to stick up a little bit, like, it's almost insignificant for the painting. Like, it doesn't really change it. And because of that, it's so easy for myself to just fiddle over this inconsequential things. At least I think they're inconsequential. Maybe they're of consequence to someone. But yeah, let's put some... You just described a common table conversation in your household? Nice. How strong is Steve is a common table conversation? Yeah, no, that stuff is fun though. Those are like, honestly, I think those are genuinely useful, like, if we're talking from like, parent to child type conversations, like these sort of silly hypotheticals, I think are really good for like, strengthening your brain to think sort of like in a problem-solving way. And I don't know, this stuff is great. I'm reading a book right now. It's not at all like this, but I was kind of thinking about this today when I was reading the book. I think it's one of the things I like about like fantasy books or books specifically with like unique-ish magic systems, because a lot of times these are the types of questions that the author or even the reader has to answer. Is sort of like, what if you have this mechanic, right? And what if it works in this way? Like, what are the downstream consequences of that? And then you just have to start thinking about like all these hypotheticals, and kind of crunching numbers, making sure things don't break, and maybe it's intended, and so that's going to be something that's exploited in the story. And like, this is it happens a lot in fantasy. Especially like harder magic systems where you have these little quirks of the system that the author, they didn't want to ignore because it's a problem, and so they have to address it. And in them addressing it, it ends up creating like this entire thing. He's 16, not a real... I just meant in general, just like... Yeah, I just meant in general. Well, in the US, where I'm from, 16 is still very much a child. I think it's until you're 18. Then you're considered an adult for most purposes, except apparently for drinking and smoking. then you're still a baby apparently. I don't, but you can then serve in the military. So I don't know why can you why can you kill people but not drink? I don't know. There's some really stupid laws. I don't really understand all the logic there, but yeah. That's one that I don't want to get too much into that. That could get political real quick. Okay, so here... Yeah, I'm just going to try and add a little bit of this green on top of these things. Now, in my references, which apparently I have 2 of the same reference. You guys can't see this. I don't know why I have 2 of the same reference. Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep looking for references for a moment, because last stream I found a really good reference, and I've lost it since then. I think I'll be able to find it, but I don't know. I mean, this is similar to what I'm looking for. Oh. Right? So we have these rocks. I mean, the different shapes, right? But we have these rocks with the green on top of them, which is a nice look. Also, stuff like this, kind of similar, right? These little green things. Actually, this is kind of neat because these have actually eroded. Dang, actually, this one's amazing. Is this real? You have these little, like, basins here, which is kind of cool. And, of course, you know, stuff like this, which is a little different. This isn't on top of the rocks, but you do have... I do like the... Actually, this is a really neat form. You know, not that I'm going to just copy it exactly, but... I like the idea of more of this green working its way up here. Sort of as this, you know, as these rocks kind of stick up. But also maybe like some 3-point perspective that we should have. So maybe... you know, there's more angle. But if we do that, that could get a little funky. I don't know. I gotta think about how I want to do this. Hello! Hello, Kiratissa! Kiratissa, what were you up to? I assume metal crafting. Milo Digital. Those are some great colors. Oh, thank you. Thank you. On YouTube, we got another YouTube person. 2 people on YouTube in one day. Hello. I hope you're doing well, Milo Digital. Or Milo Digital, probably. I don't know why I said your name like that. Hi, Joe, says Steve. Long time no see. Hello. And Kiratissa, welcome in. If you guys don't know Kiratissa, she does metal smithing, goldsmithing, metal crafting, forging. I don't know exactly what the term is. Fidget pendant with magnets. Nice. Nice. Do you want to share it? A fidget pendant with magnets. That's fun. Goldsmithing. But you don't always use gold, right? So is it still goldsmithing? I don't know how that works. I just think of it as you're making cool things. You know what, we were kind of talking about, well, not really. Call her silversmith if you want to have fun. A silversmith, goldsmith, metalsmith. Designed by Joe, hello. No, it's extremely cool. Whatever you call it. Goldsmithing is a profession. They make jewelry and wearables. Gotcha. Okay, goldsmithing it is then. I don't want to be, like, demeaning, but just by being pedantic. No, goldsmithing is jewelry making smaller objects. Silversmithing is making bowls and cutlery, so it's not bound to material but technique and size. Oh, that's interesting. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I kind of get it. Like, I understand how maybe that could have come about. Silversmiths make cups and candlesticks and bowls and stuff. Okay. So you're definitely not a silversmith then. The goldsmith choir started singing. I think it's just historical differentiation. I don't know that word. But yeah, I could see that. And I think gold has always been like a, you know, small type of thing, right? With like jewelry, but obviously not all jewelry is gold. Diffraction. I don't know what these words mean. My brain isn't big enough for this. Differentiation. I cannot spell that. No worries. Neither can I. I can't. I already had it before you came in. I already had a struggle where someone said something and I just read something different. Like, not even like a difference of spelling, but just a whole different word. Like, yeah. So I get it. Like, words are hard sometimes. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do real quick though. I'm gonna rework these. But yeah, art tax. Share what you were working. I'd love to see it. I can here. Let me shout you out. / shout out. Kiratissa. Did I get your name right? I think I did. You have a similar pennant up on Instagram. Here, yeah, I can show your Instagram. Your stuff is gorgeous. Little mechanical doodads. That's what I call them. Let me search your name. Kiratissa. It didn't know who you are. Hold on. How do I spell your name? Okay, I don't know how to spell your name. I'm struggling with spelling. Oh, there we go. I got an Instagram. Okay, I couldn't find you even though I knew what I was looking for. Okay. So, for those who don't know, Kiratissa does a lot of these, like, movable, fidgety pendants and anything from rings to necklaces to probably earrings, but also they have these, like, little fidgety things. So this one has magnets. Some of them will have springs or levers or little, like, pendulum thingies or gears. There's all sorts of different ways to make things move. I just think it's super cool. I've always liked little mechanical things like that do stuff. That's neat. But yeah, there's just so many neat things in here. And she makes them all on Twitch. Oh, this one, I haven't seen this. Speaking of gears and stuff, what's happening here? Oh, okay. I don't know what that originally was, but it was something. But yeah, just lots of little things. Little spinning thingies. Just all this cool stuff. I don't know. They're so neat. I love this stuff. There's so much cool, this little, like, metalworking, and also, you know, more classic jewelry, rings and all that stuff. But this stuff that I really like. The little, the things with, like, movable parts. This stuff is, oh, this one's amazing. This is a small hair stick. Gotcha. Everything moves if you throw it hard enough. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, but stuff like this though is makes it, I feel like, a lot more unique because it's not just like a simple, like, more standard design. There's like ingenuity put into it, and like to find mechanisms like this, for example, right? Little mechanisms that do things, or like that they move in very specific ways. There was a whole, I think on an engineering subreddit, there was like an entire like 20-minute video of like 10-second clips of like movable things. I don't know what you call them, but like it might be like a crank that you would turn, and as you turn it, things move and they end up back where they started. So it's just all these like mechanical movements of ways to make things move. And there is like an entire like just hundreds and hundreds of these things, and they are so cool. They're just always neat to look at. And your art makes me think of that because it's I also get stuck on those videos. Okay, I'm glad you know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to find one like these are awesome as well. Like this, right? Like you're moving things. Yeah, anyway, I love this stuff. I'm trying to think of one. Oh, here's a okay, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So this, where like as you press it, it does a motion and it ends up in the same place, but it's like a lock, right? It's essentially a locking mechanism. So first click locks it and it puts it in the down state, and then the second click raises it back up. But the mechanism itself is taking the path of a heart, right? Or maybe it's taking the path of a smiley face, right? So you're basically creating paths that allow for these mechanisms to work, which I don't know. To me, it's super cool. And the fact that you turn them into little, fidgets and jewelry and trinkets. Anyway, it's just super cool. And a hedgehog. That's adorable. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, go follow Kiratissa. Her stuff is great. I can't say enough good things about it because there's just so much to say. It's amazing. Other than it's a shame that more people aren't following you on Instagram. I don't know. I'm just waiting. One of these days, your stuff is going to hit the algorithm just like perfectly. And because like, it's funny because a lot of this stuff is so close to the stuff. Like if I ever get sucked into like Instagram reels, you know how like there's always there's just like I feel like your stuff is so close to the same things that will randomly pull me into Instagram reels, like in sort of the mesmerizing way that are just like I don't know. It just feels like it's just a matter of like dumb luck of like I can't see the difference. But yeah, I hope more people see your stuff because it's great. But anyway, thank you so much for bringing your community over. It means a lot. And yeah, we are painting a volcano. Not really a volcano, kind of. A mountain with lava. Is that a volcano by definition? I don't know. But we're painting a mountain with lava. Maybe or maybe not a volcano. It's maybe there's a lava bender at the top or something. I don't know. After a while, howdy Monster Cord, how's it going? Okay, so what I want to do is I want to rework a lot of this and just play around with stuff today. So this might look stupid, but that's okay. Yeah, okay, that does look stupid. Let's get rid of that. Let's go back here. I don't think I want everything to go point towards the top here. I actually think I want it to go like this. I think that's a more interesting angle. And also, if we do that, then we can have these rocks kind of leaning over. And when they're leaning over, we can have some of this light on the underside, right? Whereas if everything's leaning away from the lava, it's hard to have that like underside lighting, which is really neat. So I think I want it to be more, yeah, a different composition. So let's bring these back. I don't want them to... So maybe this is darker down below. After a while, howdy. Yeah, it has been a while. But I hope you're doing well. I hope everyone's doing well. Oh, I did a thing again. I did the thing. Okay, so I did a perspective goof. So as I was drawing this, I was drawing it as if we're looking up at it, or down at it. And maybe we are. No, I don't think so. I think I want our eyes to be looking up at everything, pretty much. So that... So these shapes are going to look like that. I don't... Maybe... My issue with a castle in the clouds, Rihanna, is that starts to kind of be the defining feature of the painting. And it's hard... I have bad experiences with when it comes to art with adding like a big major focal point like that completely changes the goal of the image, sort of. And it's hard to balance everything like that. So I'm not completely against the idea. I think it's a cool idea, but I just think that would be better for a different painting, probably. I don't know. I'm actually not even sold on the floating rocks here. Just, yeah, maybe a little. I mean, I don't know. We could try it. We can try it. But first I want to add back this sort of radial, whatever you call it, this sort of expanding thing where it feels like maybe we do this. I have too many layers going on. But I think I want this to be rounded. And I want these things to feel, I don't know, something like that. I'm getting a little bit lost here. I should almost just start completely over, but I think this will work. But like little teeth almost sticking out. You're gonna go demand food and some tea? Oh, speaking of tea, I think I'm almost out of my own tea. But yeah, no, thanks for popping in again. Today's gonna be a little bit more of a chill stream because I'm not doing thumbnailing, so I feel like I have less to talk about. But if anyone has any questions about what I'm doing or why, or suggestions like Rihanna's been suggesting, feel free to just throw them out there, because I always like that stuff. It always sparks good conversation. But yeah, I think with like a castle off in the distance, it is a cool idea, but I feel like it's... No, wait, it feels like it... I'm not convinced I could... Like, because it'd be hard to do repetition. I don't know, it just feels like I would almost be more inclined to do bits of carved stone, like a castle up here. And then this stuff could be, you know, subtle carvings down here of whatever it is. Like little buildings, or, you know, really faint, you know, we'd have the structures in here. Or something, right? And then this would be just massive with like... Right. These would be the structures. Yeah, like, yeah, mines or just buildings, like just massive buildings in the distance. So like right here. So still on the mountain, not floating. But they might be, you know, I'm just trying to sketch in some lines to help illustrate my idea. But just massive structures back here, you know, like this entire thing, every single one of these rock formations is actually like a building. So like nothing tiny. Ruins? Yeah, like ruins, or maybe even functioning city. But yeah, maybe ruins. If I add enough small shapes down here, maybe I can sell the scale a little bit more. Burned forest. I'm hesitant to add trees as well. I actually talked about this at the very start of the stream, I think. But no, I talked about this last stream. Trees are tricky because like they're kind of big and they like maybe if I made trees like this big and like all this greenery was a forest, right? We could maybe get away with it. Where like this is the forest and these are trees. But they add trees are very tricky to do in my opinion. Because if you add them sparingly, they're very distinct. And if you do a lot of them, they can end up having a very distinct jagged shape, if depending on the type of tree. And so they can be a little overwhelming. It's rare that you find a spot with like one tree, and like why at that point for art reasons, like why would you put it in unless it's the focal point? But yeah, no, trees I'm thinking about. I have thought about. It's sort of still in my head of like, is there a way for me to do this in a practical way that's gonna look good? You know, like some of my references have trees in them, which I think, you know, this one has trees in them. It's obviously a very, you know, this has trees in it, right? The green here essentially is the tree. So, you know, again, I could kind of do the same here if I wanted these to be the trees themselves. I don't know if I want that level of detail though. Like maybe I could just treat these as trees and just do little like, you know, blobs like this where they're trees. But I don't know if I want them to be trees. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. A dwarven shape. Yeah, it could be a dwarven fortress. Yep, this could be dwarven for sure. I like that idea. I mean, I don't really know what dwarven architecture looks like versus non-dwarven architecture. But yeah, maybe it's a forge. Maybe there's a dwarven forge, and that's where the lava's coming from. I'm really just adding little shapes in here to like start implying that maybe these will be. But here's the thing: if this is like architecture, is this also architecture in the foreground? Because that's where this starts getting tricky. Is with scale. Is I need to make sure that things are the right scale. Now, not every rock has to be carved. Dwarven architecture looks like whatever it is you don't like to paint. Okay, I'm gonna need some elaboration on this. Let me Google Dwarven architecture. Are you saying it looks... What do you mean it looks like whatever you don't like to paint? Are you saying it looks what's the word? There's a word for it. Brutalist. No, Dwarven architecture is cool. What do you mean? Like this? I don't know if this is someone else's rendition of Dwarven architecture. That's pretty cool though. That almost looks elvish though. That's like very thin. These shapes are too spindly for me. According to random Google searches, which is probably all AI, these don't look dwarven to me. That looks too spindly. Dwarven feels like large slabs of concrete. Yeah, no, none of this looks dwarven to me. I'm trolling you? Gotcha. Whatever you don't want to do is what I'm advocating you to do. Oh, I see, I see. Well, I mean, in some ways, I want to do whatever fits the vibe, like in some ways. I don't actually care about the shape or like the thing that I'm actually painting. Like I'm not like, for example, when Rihanna suggested a floating castle in the sky, or a floating, yeah, a castle in the sky. I'm not rejecting it because I don't personally want to paint this castle in the sky. I'm rejecting it because I think for the image, or for the direction that I'm moving in, of all the choices that I have so far, I just don't feel like it is going in that same direction. So I'm not actually opposed to like changing the direction I'm going a little bit, if or sorry, like I'm not opposed to like changing the shapes of the painting if it's pushing it more in like Dwarven Fortress, if that makes sense. So like, you know, maybe I do go in like add spires and intricate shapes. I'm okay to go in that direction if I've decided to go in a Dwarven direction, you know? And so I'm trying not to be like, you know, like I'm not against adding a dragon in here, for example, if I think I want to go in a direction where there are dragons, right? Are they the reason there's lava? If that's the direction that I want to go, then maybe I would add a dragon, right? So I'm trying to let like the story direction, or whatever subtle narrative I have, be the thing that guides it, rather than like my personal taste of, I want to draw square stuff as opposed to triangle stuff or whatever. Those 4 things. Yeah, they are very similar in rhythm. Yeah, they are. I should fix that. Yeah, that's kind of what I think of when I think of Dwarven Rihanna. That's pretty much what I was thinking of. Very, just very blocky structure. Although I'm not sure about the castle rampart things there. That's kind of weird, but I like it. It's... Yeah, these are very similar, which honestly isn't bad if it's like for a fortress. Although we could do like a wall. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not sure about these shapes exactly. This one can be in front of the others, though. Which makes that a little bit better. But yeah, they are very similar in repetition, or in rhythm. Oh, here's another image. Oh yeah, that's another one. Yeah, that looks very similar. Those almost look the same. What if you connect them like bridge? Yeah, I thought about it. Yeah, sort of bridgy, archy style. We could do that. That's a possibility. My only issue with that is changing. Well, I mean, that's actually not bad. But yeah, I don't know. I had this desire to make it kind of like radial, if that's even the right term, where you kind of have like these, as it goes back, you kind of have things sticking out like a sun, sort of. But it's not really doing that anymore. But I kind of lost that a while ago. But yeah, that's not bad, having some sort of arch bridge thing. It'd be nice then if I had some other thing up front here, like maybe up here. Maybe, ooh, this is actually nice. Something like that. I like... Those are your view of... Yeah, those do look pretty dwarven, I guess. Very, very large, built into the mountains. Yeah. That second one is most definitely AI, but that's fine. For the general vibe of things. Yeah. Okay. As much as I don't like AI, but yeah. The site is Gen AI. Yeah, I know. I know. But and yours can be ruins? Yeah. Yeah, I think for a general vibe, you know, whatever. If you Google something, no, it's fine. It's fine, Rihanna. I just know there are lots of artists out there who have done really nice like dwarven architecture. That's that it's trained on, and so yeah, it is nice if we can try to track down the actual artists who do the work. But I get it. I mean, a lot of times I'll Google something and it's like it just floods the results. Like it's not. It just sucks. Like it's everywhere. Like there's a lot of. I mean, this is the same with just general search in general. I just used the word general twice in one sentence. But if you do like a search for some website, right? There's probably lots of websites that will satisfy what you want to find, and yet the top results might still all be AI. It just sucks because you have to do extra work to get to good stuff, right? Because the bad stuff floods out the good stuff. And so it's not like a slight against the person. It's not like, oh, shame on you for using it, but it just sucks that it ends up making us share and consume more garbage because the good results are being crowded out. So that's my issue, one of my issues with it. And as far as like linking references or finding references, and especially if you're trying to do something quickly, like yeah, I get it. Sometimes people will share AI for that reason, and that's not. I don't know. I don't care in that sense too much. Include minus AI in your search. Even then, it doesn't always work. That is such not a foolproof plan. I find that adding like however you do I don't know the actual tag you include, but doing but the date and making it pre-2022 is the best way. Because most things are they have a date of upload and it's pretty easy to find that. Whereas minus AI, you're now relying on search to know what is and isn't AI, and it doesn't always know. It does exclude things like directly coming from, Stable Diffusion's website or something, or a forum that is all about AI. Like it does a pretty good job at excluding that. But if someone says, hey, I painted this thing with my real hands and they lied, it's never going to know. But if you exclude stuff pre-2022, it just, AI wasn't an option. And so, or Gen AI wasn't an option back then. So it will exclude it just by default. But then you also miss out on all the new stuff, right? And so it's like, well, that sucks too, because there's people are making new things these days. And so it's not perfect. There is no golden or silver bullet to like make your search results perfect, and include new art, but also not AI. It's hard. But I'm liking this. I'm liking the ruins. Okay, let's try some stuff. Let's add a little bit of I don't know, an overlay? Maybe not an overlay. A little bit of warmth down here. Now, I realize that in real life, this would be absolutely not, again, it would be very smoky. It'd be very steamy and smoky, and you wouldn't see a lot of light. But I'm just trying to add a little bit of light in here, a little bit of red or orange. If you think I think if I'm looking for concept art type stuff, I go to ArtStation because you can filter out AI posts. Yeah, I mean, but even then, you still have people who didn't tag it properly. Again, a lot of filtering AI specifically relies on the good grace of humans to be honest that they used AI, or AI detectors having those in place from sites. And not every site has AI detection, and the AI detection isn't great to begin with. And also, you're like, in the last 2 years, I would argue most of the passable AI art is you're being lied to, right, by the people who made it, because they know they'll get flack for using AI, so they lie about it. And so there's this like dishonesty arms race kind of thing of like people trying to, sniff out the liars basically, and then you have another people trying to pass off their lies, and it's not perfect, but in Dectica you can easily tag it off if you want to go fast and forget. Yeah, that's true. It is good to have those tags if you're just doing basic searches. And this is, so in my head, I kind of have like, the way I do it, if I'm looking for like vibe references, I almost don't care if it's AI, right? If it's just like the general color palette. If I look at something that says, oh, that looks pleasant, I don't really care if it's AI. But if it's anything, like finding, rock references for how do rocks actually look, right? How do trees actually grow? Does human anatomy actually work? That stuff, I'm not actually interested in AI at all. I mean, I never am, but like that stuff, I don't want AI, right? I don't want the anatomical muscles of a human and have it be wrong because it's AI. I'd rather have someone who did, science illustration for a medical journal or something. Like I'd rather have references that are actually likely to be accurate. So it kind of depends on what it falls into, is how accurate I need. If it's things like composition, human-made things, color, composition, right, that kind of stuff, where the mood of the painting, the vibe of it, I don't care as much because I'm not really copying I'm not, like, when I use those things as references, I'm not really looking at the reference, if that makes sense. It's more like a mood board where it's just kind of there, and it sort of, I might be like, oh, there's some warmth in those colors, and I might think like, okay, let's try to use some warm colors. But I'm not like, matching color for color. It's more based on the vibe. And same for composition, right? There's a lot of good compositions out there. If it's pleasing, it's pleasing. I don't really care if it's AI or not. But yeah, I don't know. But even then, it's like I still would like it not to be, because then I can credit the original, right? Because again, it's trained on people, and so I'd love to be able to like say, hey, I was really inspired by this artist's work. They make some cool stuff. I've been following them. You should too. And like, here's the things that they've made. I'd love to be able to do that. And sometimes it's harder and harder these days because you can't find who the artists are, the artists that influenced all the stuff. So yeah, kind of sucks. But that's my ramble. Most AI prompters don't want to label the image AI, so they lie constantly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I found too. Yeah, that's why I don't like filtering by AI. I filter by date. But then, again, you lose all the stuff made in the last 3 years by genuinely good artists. Another way, and I talked about this last stream, but another way to find art is you go to projects that you know have a reputation for not using AI, or at least the ones where they try to vet the artists beforehand, like, let's say, Magic the Gathering, right? Where you can be pretty reasonably sure, and I say pretty reasonably because it's never 100%, that the artists working on Magic the Gathering are not using AI. Most of them have worked with them for a long time, right? They've been there for many years. They clearly have the skills, and the company is actively trying not to hire AI artists, right? Or at least they were. I don't know if they still are. And so you can go to like the latest Magic the Gathering set, find art that you like, find that artist and go to those artists, right? That way you're using another source to like vet those artists for you, kind of. And that way you can still get art made within the last year, because it's not going to be filtered out from a minus, 2022 or after 2022 search. But yeah, there's no one way, and yeah. It's tricky. Ooh, lava, yes, lava stone golem. Ooh, a stone golem would be neat. I don't know how I would do that in this image. A lot of these suggestions, Rihanna, are tricky because they are so, like maybe if I did like one in the foreground, like a little golem or something, like a small golem, that could work, where like instead of a character or a human, I add a little golem. But if we're talking like a big stuff, it's hard to add more to this because it's already getting very convoluted and messy, and we've got to, like, if anything, we need to start trimming down what we add, not adding more. In the front you have one? Yeah, you could add, yeah, you can add, like, yeah, we could make a little golem here or a character or something. Oh, you mean this? Oh, I'm so glad you didn't abandon this. Yes, hey, Squatting Cat. Yeah, I'm changing it, though. I am completely changing this. Also, hi. For those who don't know, Squatting Cat streams. She's great. We rated her last time when we were making this. But yeah, we are changing this. I'm making these into ruins. We're just kind of going with the flow. And figuring out how we want to do some architecture, which I will need to go and find references for. We talked about this a bit when I raided into your stream. The way that I typically work, for those who are maybe unfamiliar with the stuff that I normally paint, normally what I do is I start basically just sketching stuff from the brain. No references at this stage. And then once I figure out what I want to paint, say it's a forest with some trees and flowers, right? Then I will go and find references for the things relevant to my image. Maybe I find, different types of flowers, and I find a type of flower that would look nice in this image, right? Maybe they're daisies, maybe they're sunflowers, maybe they're some spired flower, I don't know. And then maybe I find trees that are relevant to the type, maybe I know I want these tall, skinny trees. Maybe they're birch trees, maybe they're, and then I can go and find something that works kind of, and maybe I'll learn more stuff along, right? Maybe I find a tree, like a birch tree, that has, these white spots on them with the dark spots, and then so maybe I do that, but maybe in my reference I find some really cool stuff, like little additional things that grow out of the tree, like like sometimes plants will grow out of another plant, and like, oh, maybe that would be a really cool thing to add in here that I hadn't thought about. And like, so a lot of my referencing comes down to that, where it's like, it's the initial idea is still pretty much me, but then the reference is more like, I don't know what this thing looks like, and I have to go and understand it better, and that's what references are for, right? So instead of, and then what we did the day before, the other day, we did like a virtual plein air painting, which was totally opposite, right? That's like just finding a cool thing to paint that has some problems with like composition, and then we're like, I'm gonna paint that thing, but we need to change it because the lighting sucks and there's weird tangents and confusion, and so now we need to change the thing. So yeah, we do a lot of, we mostly do this kind of painting. Let me just open up random stuff. I'm trying to find one that, what's another one? But see, you said your brain's not that strong. You don't need a strong brain, though. You can have a weak brain like mine, and I think it still works. Because a lot of it, so for example, let's show this one. Nothing about this image, right? Nothing about this that I used had references at this point, I don't think. Right? And there's nothing, like, like, this is how I draw faces, okay? Does this look like a face? Not really, right? This is absurd. These are giant faces. But at some point I was like, you know what if I made these statues And then you know what I do? That's where then I go and find faces as a reference. But they're not going to be perfect, right? It's going to be hard to find them in the exact pose. In this case, I just turned them into orcs, and so the thing. But like same here, like this is a wheat field. I didn't draw any wheat. Is this what wheat looks like? With a big thing like that? No, of course not. That's not what wheat looks like. I just made the general color. I played around with color and mood a little bit. And then from here I think I probably here I went to go and get some references. Actually, this might have been later in this stage. I think this was the next step where I started blocking in some forms and I was like, you know, adding in some story, adding in some forms. And so, you know, I immediately reshaped these things and like, oh, this isn't how you draw heads. I don't know how you draw heads, right? And so I start to get some references, and then, you know, I start adding some stuff. And then eventually I get more and more references until I finished it, which was still, honestly, it could still have used some work. But, you know, so that's kind of how I tend to work, and I like to work because I still get to paint what I want to paint. But again, there's nothing, I don't know, there's so many different ways of working. Also, this one, what happened here? I should have used more reference. This is not good looking, but that's okay. Yeah, it's a fun process. It's fun. It's sort of, it's nice if you're doing, and again, it's like from imagination. Like, is that what that is? I don't know. Some of it's from imagination, but a lot of it is from just straight up from references. And you know, like this rock might have literally been 1-to-1 from a thing I found, but maybe not. Maybe I just liked the shape and then I found a reference that was different and then I, you know, tried to figure it out. But yeah, anyway, that's how I like typically I work. And I'm only going over that because it came up last time when I rated you. Also, this is really dark. I added an overlay, and then apparently it was super dark. I don't like how dark I made this. But if I do this, what if I merge these? Hold on. How far back do I have to go? Here. That's really far back. Crap. Well. Yeah, it's too dark. We gotta add some of that fill light. Some nice light bouncing in. Some of that blue. I don't know. Maybe for now it'll stay. I'm still not sure if I'm gonna like this painting when we're done with it, but that's okay. Your brain's not so strong, it says Squatting Cat. Not that you really need your stuff. Not that you need to your stuff is so good. Wait, what? Ooh, new challenge for you, Squatting Cat. Make shapes, then get references. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, that'd be a fun challenge. And that's kind of what this is. It's more, in some ways, it's just more of like a challenge or an exercise. I guess it's a different way of painting. It's a different focus. The focus tends to be more on composition, which, ironically, here, I didn't do a good job of. Or, let's see. Yeah, it tends to be more on, like, composition and story, or, like, what you want to paint in the first place. Whereas, like, if you're doing, like, a plein air painting type thing, or even just painting from just a random reference, a lot of times that is more like, what do you really like about the painting? Or what do I like about the scene? And sort of, how do I emphasize those qualities? Right? So there's sort of, it's just a different skill. Like, I think they're... Are you going to add that intense lava glow? I added a little bit, right? A little tiny bit down here. Oh, what am I doing? Thank goodness for digital. I don't know how people do traditional. I added a little bit. Not super intense. This is kind of a mess right now, though. The more... Also, I don't know if I like the floating rocks. I think we gotta simplify. Simplify a lot. Because now that we've decided on ruins... So I'm still trying to treat it as like the thumbnail stage where I'm just making big sweeping changes. Maybe this can be the top focal point, right? The sort of the peak. Maybe there's some stuff sticking out back there a little bit. And then maybe we got some more grassy bits up here. I don't know. Steve says, I'm working on a traditional piece currently, and it's a struggle. In my head, I keep telling myself this would be so much better and easier with digital. You know, so I want to do more traditional, but what I want to do is more basically like still I want to do the sketch phase and the planning digitally, and then once I have like the rough outline, so going back to that painting I just shared with the ogres or the orcs, I want to be able to get to like this stage or even this stage maybe of like of digital, and then start traditionally. That way I can still do all the details and stuff traditionally, but I can plan like the color palette and the general composition. I can plan those things on digital. Because I like that early stage of, you know, basically concepting my own painting, right? Figuring out what is it about? What is the design of the characters? What is the composition? Like, I like to plan that stuff digitally because I have this messy iterative process. But once I start actually painting, I don't need to do the rendering digitally. I'm never going to copy the rendering one-to-one from digital to traditional. That's absurd, right? So I would just start from here, and then in a matter of not very long, I could get this digitally or traditionally, hopefully, and then it would just be a matter of you know, really polishing things up. That's exactly what I did. I did a pretty detailed digital color study that you're using for reference, and it's still hard. Yeah, it is still hard. Is it how orc stone cutters cut heads into stone? It's not because you made a mistake. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Rihanna. It's I didn't mess this up. They just weren't very skilled craftsmen. Now you need birds or something. Yeah, I do. What I need is to fix stuff. Let me just go back in here. This whole thing is a bit of a mess. What if there was little bits of stuff over here? Is that good or bad? I don't know. It's kind of good. Digital always feels slippery and a little disconnected. I don't think so. Not always. It can. What I'm doing right now definitely does. It feels like it's disconnected from something because I've done edits and changes. But I think if you have a process that works, not doing what I'm doing, then digital, I feel like, can feel very streamlined actually, and it can feel like all the parts fit together really nicely. But I also understand how traditional feels that way too, right? Because you have to go in sort of this order. Sunrise from the side, that would change the entire illustrate. It would. Yeah, so adding some sun in here. The only issue with sun is that if you've ever seen photos of lava, typically the sky is super gray and foggy and smoky because lava has this quality that it likes to burn things, and burning stuff puts a lot of smoke in the air. Obviously, I don't have that much smoke in the air because we do have sunlight. Sorry, you meant for me? Oh, gotcha. It feels physically slippery and disconnected. I see. Like sometimes is in between me and the page. I see. Well, oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, you mean that physically? Yeah. I mean, it is drawing on glass or on plastic with the stylus. It definitely has a, yeah, I don't know. I think I get very sort of tunnel visioned. It's the same way in like when I'm playing a video game, I forget that I exist. Like I can be so in the thing that I'm not even aware of my physical body. It's like the game world is the world for me, and there doesn't feel like a disconnect. And that's kind of how I am when I'm painting. I don't feel like there's a disconnect. I forget in that moment that I even exist. It's like I see something I want to make on the page and I make that shape. I don't have to think about, I'm not thinking about my body, my hand, the screen, and how it is weird that I'm not drawing on the screen. Like, it doesn't cross my mind unless I actively think about it. It's kind of like if I'm just typing, right? I'm not thinking about where my fingers go. They just do the thing. I don't know if those are all the same concept or not, but it's all just like, it doesn't feel like a hindrance. Same if I'm using my mouse. I don't feel like there's like, oh man, I sure feel disconnected from the buttons I'm clicking in a video game. Like I don't feel that. Like if I'm clicking stuff in a video game, even if it's like I have to be very precise with my mouse movements, it's not to say that I have good precision with my mouse, but it's that I'm so used to that type of movement that it just feels like that's just the way it is, right? It's not like it's you know, if you've ever seen like somebody use a computer for the first time, the way they move their mouse, they'll like this will be the route they take. Like if you tell them to click file, they'll be like this, like very slowly moving up to the top screen, right? It's like they don't just go there and click on it, right? Or you can't see that, right? They don't just go up there and click, right? Where I like, yeah, I might have to like course correct or whatever, but if you've ever watched someone who's not good at a computer try to use a mouse, you can almost physically see them like trying to understand the connection between the mouse and the thing. I don't feel like that because I've done it enough, you know? Like, I just move and obviously with a stylus, it's way easier. Raygiana, I can't hear. I'm lurking in a meeting. Good luck with the meeting. Love the lava, thanks. I don't love the lava, but you can't hear that. I disagree with your opinion, but but you don't know that I'm objecting. Joe the Wizardy says, for some reason, the more tools I use, the less connected to the art piece I feel. Yeah, I mean, I think it takes a bit of, like, getting used to tools. Yeah. I guess maybe I also don't really know what you mean by connected. Like, I kind of get it. I think I'm a little... I mean, I think I probably do feel something similar to that. I just don't know if I care. Okay, let's add some shapes. I'm trying to think of what I want to add. I think it's still a composition issue. It's not even adding. It could be removing. Oh gosh, we're already at 1 p.m., which means we're 2 hours into stream. This is typically the stage where I have figured out what I'm going to paint, and then I just need to paint it. But we just haven't gotten there yet. What if this one's a big one? Okay, let's try this. Big shape over here. What if you look through an arch? Oh, like this? I don't really like that framing, that kind of thing. I don't know. I don't want to do the goalposty framing, if I can. I think having one foreground element would be okay. But I'm trying to kind of get away from the two. Like, this one is kind of mid-ground. And I actually really like this stuff. So this lava and the way that these sort of overhang a little bit. And I want to emphasize the glow, kind of like Squatting Cat mentioned when I rated them. it's sort of like this glow, you know? That way I can put some of that in there. I'm not ready to do that yet because I need to figure out the forms. But I want to, if I can emphasize that by having these forms like lean out a little bit, that will kind of be a foreground element. But so I'm not sure what I want to do in this foreground, right? This at one point felt good, but now it doesn't. A lot of trial and error right now because I'm still figuring out what the heck I'm painting. Some overlapping shapes here maybe to like help push this back. Also trying to figure out where this lava is coming from up here. Maybe the lava just needs to be a bit more of an interest point. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. That could be a thing. Yeah, having the lava come up here more. Have some of the shapes make a little bit more sense. Like some of this lava could go down here. Flying cannonballs. I don't think I want to add like a thing that changes the story. Or firebolts. Yeah, I mean, oh, like fireballs or something coming down. That could be kind of cool, but like a meteor shower. I don't know. I don't think I want to change the overall like scene that much. I think kind of what I have going on is pretty much what I want. I just want to change things compositionally as much as I need to like make it read better. If that makes sense. Like, okay, so we have a background thing. It drips down. Then do we have something dripping down here? Maybe. It does give movement, but I think I don't want to give movement to the scene by changing. Like, I like this sort of static, you know, these old ruins that are kind of static here, and then the movement can be the lava. I kind of like that. I don't know if I want... Again, that's kind of why I'm not super sure of those things. I think there's other ways to add movement. You know, bringing our eye down here. Yeah, I mean, I also think some of this stuff, you know, again, we can have, maybe there's like a tippy top of the castle up here that does add a little bit of some additional little focal points. But I think it is fine to have a few extra focal points. But I'm just not sure I want a story-changing focal point at this stage in the painting. S-curve? Yeah, a little bit of an S-curve. Or something, yeah. Now this one, I don't know. But yeah, I'm just using these orange very heavy-handed. That's another way that I like to paint. Instead of having to know what everything looks like, I'm starting very blobby. You know, everything is sort of this graphical silhouettes. It's not... Yeah, not a lot of, like, precision here. Okay, I like this. I wonder if I can't get some overlapping here. Some of these rock structures. Now, I will say, here's something that I think I should do. I don't want to, but I just for pure, like, quality of the painting, having a little bit of dark around all of the lava. So it does both contrast, but also like lava tends to burn things. So typically in real life, you get this sort of like dark charred areas around the lava. So it's fine to have green in here, but I think I want this like this contrast of a path. So almost like a, oh, thank you for the follow. So almost like having two black lines and an orange line. Oh, I should do this on a separate layer. So two black lines and an orange line, you know, along with the green and whatever colors I want out here can be on the side, right? That way, this is kind of the pattern that I, in some ways, want. And so going over my painting and saying, okay, here's these darker lines, right, along the edge. And then around those shapes, I can start putting the green, right? And so if I want to add green in here, like, you know, this orange here can't be there if I want, or, you know, if I can't just put orange here, right? I can put black around it first, or dark, you know, dark gray or whatever. But I don't just want to slap in, you know, random spots of orange. That way, when you have a thing like this, where if I do put a speck of orange here, your brain can understand that this is not burning. This is in the air, right? This is like a speck. So you're kind of, I'm trying to create sort of a visual language for how you read the lava. I don't know if that's a good idea, but to me that's going to make things a little bit more clear and a bit more consistent. That way, if we do have like green next to orange, we will then know that it's not actually next to it. The green might be behind it. That's my plan anyway. That's my plan. Okay, do I like this? What if I extended this? I don't know if this is good, but this might be terrible. I think it works. Do I like this? Is that worse or better? I don't know. That is great. Is it? I think it's better. Gosh, I'm so unsure. But see, sometimes just trying different things like this is also, that's another thing that I struggle with is with the like the aspect ratio. Because I oftentimes like to paint on the same aspect ratio so that when I make a print of something, it's always in 4x6 inch print. So I like that 4x6 ratio. But that's not, like, not every painting, you know, especially if you're not painting it like for a reason, like I'm not specifically painting it for a print. There's no reason it needs to be that ratio. Like, oftentimes it doesn't. Sometimes it does. You know, if it's going to be for like a product, then having a ratio is nice. That fits the product you want to make. You think it's better? I'm glad you think it's better. I am uncertain, but we can continue on and see how it goes. Also, the lava is very orange. I think that composition definitely makes this feel more like the focal point, right? Like it's very clear the thing at the top of the thing up here. So do we go like that? We could go like that. Now I'm curious, what about getting rid of this? We could do birds for scale. The light in there, maybe? We could do something like I don't know, something up here. No, I don't think I want to bring the lava over here. I mean, we could. We could go lava up here. I don't think that's good, though. I think originating right here is okay. I think that's good. Now, let's try to figure out the foreground a bit. I think I want to figure out foreground. Maybe. Okay, let's find some lava photos. Here's one. Again, we got a lot of this dark brown, not brown, but dark gray along the edges. Phoenix? I don't know what that word is. Spelling? Did I say something? I might have said something stupid. I don't know. Phoenix. Oh, Phoenix! Phoenix! The bird. Yeah, Phoenix. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a hard word to spell. Again, Rihanna, you're suggesting a lot of... I mean, maybe if we do like a bird or like a phoenix for scale, that would actually be kind of cool. That I sort of like that. Like an orange phoenix rising from the lava. Kind of cool. I don't know how to add it because it's such a strong focal point, you know? Like, is it really about... Because a phoenix is like one... I almost feel like some sort of dragon would be better. Just because a phoenix is such a... Like, I can't put two, right? Isn't there always only one phoenix? Or maybe not? I don't know. I don't know how phoenixes work. Can you have multiples? Egg in the foreground? Ooh, then again, we're changing the story, and I have this thing, I don't know if it's a pet peeve, maybe a little bit of a pet peeve, where I think when you have a story that is a pointed story, like here is an egg surviving, you know, here's a phoenix egg with lava around it, I want to make it about that thing, right? I don't just want to like drop it in there. That feels like you can... I don't know. To me, it feels like I can do better. Like I can do better than just as a second thought, you know, just offhanded thought. Let's just add it, or as an afterthought. That's the word I'm looking for. Right? I don't want to just change the story as an afterthought to be something different. I think that would call for like starting the painting and building it up to best show that thing, right? Because I just think that's good illustration practice, is if you have an idea for an illustration, you should design the illustration around that thing. And like, that's why I'm trying to stick to ideas here that already kind of fit like the rocks themselves. Like the rocks are the structure, and because that's already kind of the story, so to speak, of like the route I'm going down. So if I'm changing it to be something about the sky, like that would need a better composition, right? That would need a composition that is specifically showing the thing in the sky, right? Or showing it landing, or I don't know. I don't like the idea of just like adding a thing that is also the main focal point. I think if we can add random things like, you know, a bunch of dragons to where they're just like birds for scale and it doesn't really change much, that's fine. But if we add like a singular dragon, then it's like, okay, well, you know, it's hard. Like if we added a big dragon over here perching or something. I don't know how to draw dragons. Like that's, I mean, it might look cool and we could do something like that, but to me that's I don't know, it feels like there's probably a better way than to piecemeal the composition together. I don't know. I don't know if one way is better or the other, but it's just a thing that I don't really like doing. Okay, so where does the lava get brightest? In the middle, right? Because as it radiates out, it gets cooler? No, because here it's cold. I mean, it is kind of in the middle, though. So, large bodies. The larger the pool, the oranger it is, right? Unless it's a settled... So, yeah, so it cools on top. So it has to be moving. Because if it's a large pool, it's going to cool on top and be dark. So it's as it's falling. So as it's the most movement, and also... like near the splash zones. As it's falling in the motion and the cool rocks on the surface broken up. Yeah, so it does seem to be the movement. The most movement is the orangest. But within the movement, where is it's like sometimes I guess as it hits the rock on the surfaces where the yeah, cool bits floating on top. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like, you know, so this stuff works for being orange. I'm just trying to figure out this. Like, do I want to put a lot of dark on top, and then maybe there's some paths or something. I mean, it kind of works, right? Because I actually don't want, right? It's kind of a nice vignette, right? We don't want it super duper bright down here. I mean, it's still flowing, so it can be a little bit bright, but, you know, I don't want it to be the brightest spot of the image because it is kind of the corner. So being able to darken it actually works out really well for us. Of course, these little popping motions can be bright because they're moving. I don't know what that one's doing. Defying gravity, apparently. This can be oranger. This can be oranger. More orange. Words. Yeah, basically I'm just coming in here. Any of the raised movement is going to be a little bit more orange. Does this help? I mean, that one's all orange. Not really. That one is so... that's gorgeous, by the way. But that it has so much... That is so orange that it doesn't... I'm just trying to find, like, a logic, sort of an internalized logic that I can explain to myself so that, like, I can figure out where to add the orange, right? If I have this choice of adding orange, you know, do I add the orange here? Well, according to our logic, no, right? But what about right here? Well, according to our logic, yes, right? Because this is in movement. It is maximally moving, very little not moving. Also, whoops. There we go. Right, and so I'm just trying to have a logic for myself. And this is something that I talked about a couple times recently. I don't think your logic has to be perfect when you paint, right? I don't think you have to quite understand it as a scientist would. But I think you need to make some educated guesses so that when you sort of look at 4 different images, your logic holds through. That way, when you can make choices when you paint, right? Because that's what painting typically is. Like, you're trying to make a bunch of choices. And you want those choices to make sense within all your other choices. And so that's kind of what I'm doing now is like, okay, where do I add the bright bits? Well, down in the verticals, right? Orange is the hottest spots. As it cools, it gets red, dull, dark eventually. So areas where it's moving will be hot. Exactly. So vertical stuff can be, can be orange. Flat horizontal stuff can be orange, but also probably a lot more dark, and maybe some crusty bits on top that, like, as it cools. And technically, stuff that is being reflected, right? And so that's not, we haven't talked about that, and I don't know if that's in our photos, but we can definitely do some warm bouncing around in here. The bubbling can be orange. But yeah, that's a good point, Eternal 7. Yeah. Well, I think if it's coming out of the thing and actively moving, like that's why the image that Rihanna showed is very, very red, because it's actively bubbling and coming up, and it's constant movement. But if you had a lava pool that wasn't direct from the earth, but it had flowed down, the bigger the pool, the more the less red it would be, right? So this one is like, it's red for a different reason. Hi, by the way. Hi. Yeah, see, this one, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? This is a big pool of lava, but it's, most of it is dark because this is not the source, right? This is downstream probably from, unless this is the source. But it's probably downstream from the source. And so it's purely cooling. The stuff underneath is still hot. Some of it's breaking through. So this is useful for, like, this area, right? And in fact, we could actually get potentially some cool colors on top from the sky. But probably not. And yeah, there's, some reds, some oranges. I'm not going to be too picky in the foreground, though, because that really is not the main focus. But yeah, that's a neat one. Yeah, it's crusted over. Yeah. Okay, so I did just make some random lines here, which they aren't following any forms. And according to our other logic, I want the surrounding areas, right? So if there's a lava fall here, let's say, or just lava going down this, right? Everywhere that it splatters is going to be burnt and crusted over on the edges because, water. So you're going to have this, like, this path of char burntness, right? Or crusty lava. And so that's kind of what I want to do. It's sort of the logic that I followed here, right? The along the edges, the paths that it makes, there's sort of like a gray zone. And so I kind of want to do that here too. So if this is the path that it's taking, even if we can't see the lava at all stages in this path, you can kind of track it because you can see the gray bits. Again, this is just like this is just me trying to have some sort of logic for my choices. Yellow! How's it going, Sarah? Long time no see. Hello, hello. How are you? Hope you're doing well. This was 2 years ago in Spain. We had air pollution in Belgium. Oh, let me see. Lava on the floor in the background. Oh. Oh, that was 2 years ago in Spain, and oh, you experienced this. Oh, that's cool. Ooh, lava. Yeah, we're doing some lava painting, trying to figure out how lava works. But also trying to paint green and blue sky, which is weird because lava typically looks like this when it's, this is what the sky normally looks like in lava, or when you have lava, is that, things burn. So it's very rare that you actually get a blue sky, but that's okay. We're taking artistic liberties. We get to do this. It's our right. So what's my... Oh, that's not a bad size. At Rihanna, it says Pengsto La Kalima? Is that the name of the volcano? Not bad, said Sarah. Got home from 3 weeks in Tennessee with family. It was really fun trip, but definitely tired. Dang. Tennessee. I don't know anything about Tennessee. I couldn't tell you a single fact about Tennessee. I'm trying to think. What do I know about Tennessee? Do I know anything? It's long shaped, right? The shape of the state. No, wait, or is that Pennsylvania? No, I think Tennessee is the long skinny one, right? Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know anything about it though. Pepperly. I knew someone was gonna say that. Yeah, no, I don't know anything about Tennessee. It's one of the states where, like, I feel like most states I know something about. Like, is there something of note there? Like, what is Tennessee known for? Like, maybe a sports team? I don't know. I'm sure there's something good in Tennessee. Anyway, mostly Chattanooga. Oh, I've heard of Chattanooga. That's where they live, and there's cute little downtown. And then we went to one of the mountains for a attraction they had there, and there's lots of good food. Thanksgiving and also restaurants. Nice. Moonshine. Tennessee moonshine and Chattanooga. No, I have heard of Chattanooga. I meant one of the mountains, but one of them mountains. That does sound very Tennessee-ish. Tennessean? Tenesian? That'd be the fancy way to say it. I don't think that's how you say it. I've been thinking of moving to Chattanooga. Glad to hear you liked it. Oh, have you really? Wait, so now I need to know, what the heck? Is everyone moving to... Oh, so this is Kiratissa's art. She rated us earlier. It's still up on my screen. Chattanooga. What is Chattanooga known for? Ruby Falls. Lookout Mountain. We learned something. Isn't Chattanooga a river? Not paying income tax sounds nice too. Oh, nice. I didn't know they don't have income tax. That's good. Much lower cost of living and affordable rent in a mountainy area sounds nice. Oh, gotcha. That does sound nice. Indiana had good cheese too. That's always good. Lots of dairy farms there. You prefer living in Philly, but Chat. Ooh, we got a nickname for it. Chat is definitely cheaper and still has lots of good stuff. Nice. It's been a pretty popular place for people to move to lately. It's got a mix of typical car city areas, walkable areas, nature, and mountains. Nice. Yeah, I think I would love to live in a nice walkable city. That would be good. But if you move to Tennessee, how are you going to get burgers at Denver Fan Expo? How will I ever not paying... Wait, how will I ever get over not paying $18 for a burger, right? That's a lot of money for a burger. Also, hi, Casey. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we are painting some lava and rocks. It's been fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm trying to make these look like ruins a little bit. Although I'm not trying to add too much detail because detail sucks. I do like this orange glow down here though. That's kind of fun. I'm pretty proud of myself for this. Hi, I'm well, just lurking while I work, but hearing Chattanooga mentioned pulled me right out of it. Gotcha. I like the name of it though. Chattanooga sounds fun. That's a good name. Not that the name matters where you live, but it's fun to say. I mean, listen, it's tasty, but I am broke. Also, hi, Steve, says Casey. It definitely isn't walkable enough to go without a car, but if you have a car, you can drive into certain parts of the city and walk around. Gotcha. Yeah, I like it where things are compact enough that you don't need a car, and also maybe compact enough that having cars makes it sucky. And preferably with like public transport, so that would be nice. But we don't really have much public transportation in the US. There's like only a handful of cities that have even have enough public transportation to even mention. That isn't just like a city bus that takes, you know, an hour to do its route or something. I like cities for that reason. What do I want to do to this now? I like the amount of work we've done. I'm not a big fan of these shapes here. I feel like this needs something. Casey says, yeah, I'd be looking into downtown Chattanooga. I'm really spoiled where I am now, though. Very high walkability. Barely ever have to drive. Just so dang expensive. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, and if you're kind of making the shift to full-time art and streamer. By the way, congrats again. For those who don't know, Casey just made the shift to full-time... I don't know if full-time artist, but I was going to say full-time streamer, but I don't know if that's probably not all you have going on, so probably not the right term. But that's super cool, extremely scary. Good luck. And yeah, I could see a lower cost of living being important to that. Yeah, I might need to relocate depending on how things go. I mean, honestly, if you can do it from home, you know, if most of your work is from home, then it makes sense to relocate to a lower cost of living. Like, that's... Yeah. Yay, congrats. Yeah! It's terrifying. At least if I imagine myself in that situation, it makes me terrified, but I'm sure it'll work out great, and yeah, best of luck. I think it's exciting. Not having to do a job that you don't like and being able to actually do stuff that you do like is so cool. Like, about the only thing I like about my job is the sort of reliability, knowing that I'm still going to have a job next month, unless, well, maybe not, actually. No, I probably will. I'm not at risk of, like, not having money come in, as so long as I'm working, and it feels more stable, let's put it that way. More stable being the key word. Panicking, but excited panicking? Yeah. But at the same time, I will also say, I think making that leap is probably really good in the sense that if you are in a position where you could make it happen, making the leap will force you to make it happen, right? Like whereas me, if I take my situation as a counterpoint kind of to your situation, I might be able to make it happen if I was really hardcore of like, you know, sending out portfolio to places trying to get work. I might be able to sort of squeak by on art only, but I don't know if I want to. But if I quit my job, I'd have to, right? And then I would know for sure if I can make it happen because I would be, all of my time would be like devoted to making sure it's going to work out. Whereas right now, I don't really know if it would work out. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't, because there's sort of this, the fire of doom is burning mere faces behind me. No choice but to move forward. That's very poetic and terrifying, and yeah, that's the fire of doom. Also, speaking of fire of doom, should this lava be in the foreground? Maybe just a glow. Maybe not like spouting lava, just the glow of the lava. The cracks between the lava. And actually, we could even come in here and add a little bit of gray, maybe? Oh, a little bit of gray-blue. One thing I've always liked about lava is when it does cool, it really shines, because it's dark, it really shines that blue light, which I've always liked. So you get a surprising amount of cool tones in there. Loving how this painting's coming along. Aw, thanks. I'm happy with it. It's I owe a little bit of this to Squatting Cat, because I rated them the other day and they were like, you've got to finish this or something. You know, they said nice things, and I was like, you know what, I should finish this. And so I don't know if I would have if I hadn't rated them. So maybe that's the reason. That's the story I'm gonna tell. Whether or not it's totally true, I don't know. Maybe I would have decided on my own. Hey, you're still here. So yeah, it's kind of because of you that I'm working on this again. I thought, you know, I kind of thought, because every stream, I always sort of reevaluate. Look, your influence. Dude, you guys have no idea how many, like, people on Twitch influence me when you guys come in here and share art, and I see stuff, you know, I see your art, or I raid other people, you know, just the things people say, and like, the motivation. I mean, Casey, you know this, like, with your art gym, the amount of people who participate, like, that's you influencing every one of those people. You're getting them to make art for a thing. I don't know, like, it's crazy how, like, I could just pop into a stream and, you know, 10 minutes later, I'm inspired to make art, and then it's like, oh, I was gonna just sit on my butt and play games, but because of your stream, I am now being productive, and then after I'm done being productive, I'm like, man, I'm so glad I did that, you know? So yeah, no, you guys are, everybody who streams is a huge influence to me, or everybody that I have joined their streams. Of course, there's a lot of people who I've never seen before, so obviously they're not an influence yet. But even just like scrolling through Twitch and seeing all the people working along, and like, I don't know. There's for me, there's a fine line between influence and guilt tripping. Like, if I'll just say playing video games. Nothing wrong with games, by the way. I love games. But if I'm just playing a game for, like, let's say 4 hours, you know, I'm going on hour 5, maybe hour 6, and I'm scrolling through Twitch and I see hundreds of other people doing art, and I'm like, there's a little bit of a guilt in there. I'm like, oh man, I'm being so lazy. I should do some art. And then I do art, and I get inspired just by the mere fact of browsing. You know, it's like surrounding myself. You know what that's saying? Like, if you surround yourself with people, or by people, you are the sum of something. I don't know. Some saying, motivational speech, something or other. But yeah, it's like that. It sort of, it influences me in that way, just by being around in the presence of cool people doing art. So thank you guys. Thanks for being here. I knew what the saying was. I was just being dumb. You're the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Yeah. But basically the idea is that, like, people influence you, right? If you're spending time around people, you pick things up, you end up being influenced by the way they talk, the way they think, that their activities that they do, right? Like, you're just influenced by people around you. And so I think if you know, the same is true of online spaces, in my opinion. If you know, if you make your friend group a bunch of artists, you're probably going to talk about art or think about art or view things that have artistic inspirations or influences, you know, more than you would otherwise. I don't know, it's all kind of rubs off. Or get into internet fights with stupid people online. True. I do that a lot. I like that. But I like internet arguments. I enjoy it. I enjoy internet arguments, like Twitter debates. Not debates, that's not even the right word. Just stupidity on Twitter. There's like a guilty pleasure element of that. I enjoy a small dose of Twitter drama every day. Keeps you healthy. I don't think that's actually true. When I am in the right headspace to do, I still have fun with people. Yeah, that's true. Obviously, there is an element of, like, inescapability of that, where it could just be too much. I love watching people dig their own graves. Nice lava. Thanks, LCD. Long time no see. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Okay, I have an issue with this painting. Right here. I kind of like this rock formation. And I kind of like this rock formation. But I don't like that they're right next to each other and touching. Do I bring this one to overlap? Like this. Or separate them like that. I think this is the play. It has been just doing some, been doing things. Nice. That's good. Making your first comic. Oh, that's awesome. Congrats. That is big. I think that's big. That is cool. Okay, I don't know if I like this. I'm trying to figure out how the heck to make this work. Just trying to add little bits of rock. Also, like, these are much, much lighter than this, because I assumed that these were in front. Sorry if I'm flipping the screen too much. It's sort of a habit at this point. Man, I don't know. I guess we could do, like, a little bit of a... a little bit of an opening here. And in here. The fact that you remember my name is insane. Streamer Skills 1000. Yeah, I remember you. I think I probably would remember most of the people who I've actually chatted to. If I've ever read your name aloud and you've actually chatted, I think I would remember. I think there's very few people Now, obviously, if you change your name, all bets are off and I will never remember you, but... but I think I do a pretty good job at remembering people. I couldn't tell you what we talked about. Actually, maybe. I think at one point you had drawn a boat. I'm terrible with names, including my own human children. No. Hey, I mean, yeah. Well, that's different though. That's different. That's not the same. Because with people, I remember them based on things other than their name. Online, all you have is the name, right? Like, the only way I can remember you, like, you don't have a face in real life. Online, you don't have a face, right? Like, I don't know what El Sadiq looks like. So all I know is their name. Their name is their identity to me, like, and maybe the things associated that we've done or talked about, but like that's the big thing, right? In real life, I might know the face, but I'll not know the name because to me the face is more like that's the identifiable thing. Or the voice. Voices are really identifiable for me, where like if I might not recognize who you like. It's funny actually, similar to in character design. You know how people always say like silhouette and big shapes of color, big contrasty things. That's kind of how I remember people. And in fact, I am so bad at like remembering even faces that not so bad. Like I still do look at the face, but like more so than the name, right? I'm terrible with names in real life. But I'm bad enough with faces that like I actually remember people based on like their hair color and hairstyle, which if you can imagine causes problems because those are two things that change. But actually the voice will be something that will really catch me out. So like somebody might say something like, "Hey Joe," or whatever, and I'll be like, I'm trying to place them. Like, where do I know this person from? And then they say something else. I'm like, oh, I know, because it's their voice that actually snaps me out of it. Like, that allows me to remember. Um, remember who they are and not necessarily their name. Exactly. I don't always remember people's name. I more remember who they are and maybe something about them, where I met them, something, right? It might just be a random thing. But oftentimes it's also their voice. But yeah, for me, I also remember their like things that change, like hair color, you know, general size, how tall, how wide, like just sort of proportions, hair color, that kind of thing. Just big identifiable features. Maybe a certain stylistic choice that they wear, which again, if they change it, I'm like, who are you? I don't recognize you. I do that at work too, where like, because we have like a kind of a dress code. And so if somebody changes from that dress code and I see them in public, I don't even always recognize them. It takes me a while. Steve says, my neighbor, she has been my neighbor for like 3 years. We see each other every so often and say hi. She says, hey Steve, every time. I have no idea what her name is. Yeah, and at this point you're too deep. You can't ask her, right? Like you've missed your opportunity to be like, oh, I forgot what you said your name was last time we met. What is your name? But now it's been like 3 years and you can no longer say that, and so it's like, oh, maybe you, yeah, it's hard. Well, if you know their address, you might be able to do some internet sleuthing and figure out like, if you, I don't know how that would work. Maybe there's a way to look it up to like, you figure out who lives in your apartment, you get a list of names, you cross-reference them, figure out who, there's some detective work to be done. Probably not that important though. Send a Christmas card? Oh, true. That's a good one. Send them a Christmas card, but don't use their name. You just use their last name. If you can figure out their last name, you can be like, "Oh, I never caught your last name." And then you send them a Christmas card to the Smith family. Then the next year, they will send you a card and they'll write their names. It'll take a year, but you'll get their info. Yeah, no, well, that's the thing. You can ask someone their last name. That's not awkward. Asking them their first name's awkward, though. Because you should know that, probably. No, I'm the same. I rarely use people's names when I talk to them, funny enough, in real life. I just say, hey. Like, if I want someone's attention at work, I'll just be like, hey! And then they'll turn a bit, and because I'm looking at them, then I'll talk to them. So, like, I don't really know people's names. Names are weird. But online, I do remember names pretty well. Pretty well. Not great. Okay, what do I want to do here? Am I still detailing? So now the question is the scale of this. Are these trees? Do I put little trees in here? We talked about this earlier, and I'm not convinced I want to. How do you get your mail? From the mailman? In a mailbox? What do you mean? You can probably find their family name on the doorbell if you live in a big building. Oh, true. Yeah, maybe. We live in a condo complex. There are no names on the doors and no names on the mailboxes. I see. Yeah, our mailboxes don't have names on them either. They just have numbers associated with the building or with their apartment number. Big box thingy that's separate compartments for each number. Yep, same here. That's exactly how mine is. Just a lot of numbers. I don't even know my neighbors. I don't know any of them. I think when I moved in, like, I don't know, quite a few years ago, I think I met one of my neighbors, but there was at some point where, like, we were very friendly, and we would always greet each other, and I think I had even helped them move, like, a giant TV or their couch or something into their apartment when I first moved in. So, like, they moved in shortly after me. So I've actually been in their apartment very briefly, like, when they were first moving. And then at some point, like, maybe we had just gone, like, a couple months without ever saying. Now when we, like, walk by each other, I don't even say hello. Like, we don't even say anything. Nobody says anything now when we walk by. It's really weird. It's like we've forgotten that we know each other. And at this point, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm pretty sure and that's only with one neighbor. All the others, we just pass by and hardly even interact. I don't know my neighbors. Except the one neighbor who I kind of sort of know, but not really. We've met. Very weird. It's a very weird situation. I think that's just me being awkward and not knowing how to interact like a normal human being. But that's okay. They probably won't mind if you start saying hi again. They're probably worried just like you are. Oh, I know. I'm sure. No, but I don't want to be too friendly with them. I don't want to, like, I don't know. Like, next thing you know, they're inviting you over for some dinner party or something. I don't want to do stuff with my neighbors. I kind of like it the way it is, if I'm being honest. I mean, if they say hi to me, I'll say hi back. Like, I'll be friendly, but I don't like being the first one. I think I'm weird. That's some introvert 101 behavior right there. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm happy to be friendly to people. And, like, I enjoy people. I enjoy people's company. I enjoy hanging out with people. But I don't want to be everyone's friend, and I don't want to feel obligation to like deny people's friendships or whatever. So I don't know. Like it's kind of like with coworkers at work. I'm not your friend. I'm your coworker. I don't want to like ever be in a situation where you're asking me to go out and have lunch with you. Like I don't want to have lunch with you. I want to just do my job and go home. If I think we could be, if I don't think we could be real friends, I'm not gonna be like overly friendly. Dutch people will greet everyone. That, to be honest, it seems reasonable. You pick who you want to go to a dinner. Yeah, like I was talking to someone, one of our moderators, and she was saying how like everybody will just like go to lunch with each other and like everyone feels super. That to me feels way too like friendly. I don't want to do that. I want to like having friends outside of work is great, but not everybody. I don't know. Maybe I'm just awkward and I wouldn't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just weird. Um, Hit the fish or tea the fish. Tea the fish. How's it going? You said, is it me or does your rooftop pool party look like it's being hosted at a Jedi temple? It is nice, but the shape of the building gives me nostalgia. I have to go back and look at it. It has like aqua colors in it, right? It's been a while. Are you looking on Instagram? I don't even know where it's hosted. Rooftop. I've done a couple rooftop pool parties. Let me see. Rooftop pool party. When was this? This is a long time ago. Let me scroll through. Did you scroll down this far? Now I'm confused. How far down did you scroll down? I thought this was a long time ago. No, it couldn't have been this far ago. Rooftop pool party. I know I've done that. DeviantArt, page 5. Okay, DeviantArt. Okay, I'm not gonna put that on stream. Once I get to my DeviantArt page. Gallery. Okay, now we can put DeviantArt. Page 5? I don't know what that means. Oh, this one. Yeah, it did have that teal color in it. Yeah, that was years ago. Let's see. It looks like a Jedi temple. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not really a Star Wars fan. I've tried to watch. I think I've seen one of the Star Wars. No, I've probably seen a couple of them, but I couldn't tell you the first thing about them. Yeah, I did this one a long time ago. This was uploaded in 2022, so I guess it's only been 3 years. But yeah, I did that on stream. That was the 200th stream. The 252nd stream that we did, or that we did these paintings. But yeah, I haven't uploaded anything on DeviantArt in a while. I mean, I did upload this one just like a couple weeks ago, November, so it's been almost a month. But otherwise I haven't really been using DeviantArt. I will say I do like DeviantArt's like look, like this sort of layout. They show full images. I think they're full images. And they have a nice grid feature. I like it. I do like this layout. I think it's just a nice clean layout. You have must finish. I mean, I wouldn't have called it over 1,000. Or sorry, I wouldn't call it. So yes, no, it's not quite over 1,000, but I wouldn't call them finished. Just paintings from stream. So like last stream, I did this painting also. So this was a 2-stream painting. But again, I didn't. Would I call it finished last stream? Most of my paintings aren't any more finished than they were last stream. They're just, that's why I call them stream paintings. They're more like sketches that are slightly refined. I almost never work on stuff again. Yeah, I keep count. Here, I can show you guys. This is my folders of stream paintings. This is 884 today. Or was that last stream? Actually, I think last stream was 884. I haven't actually made a new one for today. Then 883, and it goes all the way down, and it ends at 614 because I have the other 613 on a separate hard drive. So because this hard drive filled up, so I've moved over most of them, but I have 220 here, and yeah, in each one there's, you know, if we click a random image, you know, we have a batch of thumbnails. And then if we take one of those thumbnails, we worked on it till the end, and it turned into this. That was a big change. I don't even know which one we picked. I guess this one? Or probably maybe, I don't know. I guess this one, because it has characters in it. So yeah. So yeah, like, I don't know if I would call this finished, but it was a painting that we did one day. Yeah, we're approaching 900, I think. The long vaulted walkways, gotcha. The block cap on the pyramid with 3 red stripes remind me. Yeah, I did another painting once that somebody said they thought looked like Star Wars. Let me see if I can find it. What is Chattanooga known for? Search result. Let's see. Let's go to my Instagram again. I think I did a painting a while back. Couple years ago now at this point. I'm pretty sure I uploaded it. No. I don't know where it is. But anyway, I had another painting that people said they... The problem with this is a lot of times... Oh, here's another lava painting that I've done. A lot of times I'll have, like, a 2-parter. So I'll have, like... I'll put the paintings like this. See how I have another painting here? So sometimes I'll have other paintings on the slides. And so it's tricky because not all of my paintings make their way in here. So, like, I don't know where all of them are, right? And a lot of them I never upload anywhere. This one I never finished. I still had the work in progress, actually. Oh, I just like my own painting. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, I had a painting that looked like Star Wars somewhere. It wasn't this one. But anyway, I don't know where it is. It's not important. Really scratches that 2000s era art. I'm glad you think so. Yeah. I think I'm glad you like it. Okay, I think we need to fix this thing here. Okay, let's do some large rock painting. Just making these very large, very rocky. Kind of a chill part of the stream. Not much, you know, just very figuring out things a little bit. I think also maybe we can go a little bit further back this way. So like if this is a box, right? If this is a square or cube, then this edge of the rock, right? Maybe not. We did a painting a couple days ago, and one of our references was really neat in that it had these big boulders on like the top of the shape. So we had like these big shapes here and these smaller shapes down below, and I thought that was really neat. These big uneven rocks sort of embedded on the top of like a structure. So almost like having a big rock up here is pretty cool. I don't know if that's the, if I want to go that route. Also, we don't really have much light. That's okay, actually. I was gonna say, maybe we should put some shadows in here. You know what, maybe we will put some shadows. Hold on, let's try that. But not yet. Let's change up the hue a little bit. We're going to wiggle the colors around. This is something that we talked about a bit, where you basically move... You more or less keep the value the same, but you change the hue. Maybe you go a little bluer and a little more desaturated. Get some of those cool tones in there, but then maybe you jump up to the pinks and you get a little bit more saturated or desaturated. And you basically just have this variety in here. You can get some really nice color variation, maybe one or two. Yeah, maybe. We could do some sunbeams. Yeah, possibly. I think more than anything, I'm just gonna do like a directional soft light. So it's still gonna be more or less ambient, but maybe this side will be a little bit lighter than this side. And so maybe these will have a little bit of a shadow, but not this heavy. Just a tiny bit of like a bluer shadow on this side of the rocks. That's probably what I'll do. I don't think I'm gonna go sunbeam too much. I want it to mostly be overcast. The lighting from the lava itself is sort of the primary glow, and I don't know. I want that to be the big impact. Sometimes adding like these god rays in can sort of take away from the thing. I did that a lot. I remember when I first started digital painting, every single painting I did was like god rays, big sunbeams, sunsets, crazy colors, right? It's like, it looks awesome, but it's hard to put other things in the painting because it ends up being about the sky, and the sunset colors are more interesting than the thing you painted, and it's hard to make everything that cool. And because then nothing is cool. I don't know. So it's something I haven't done a lot of lately, but it can be fun. But yeah, we could try it. You never know. Sometimes a sunbeam is exactly what the painting needs. Little shapes up here. Where the green... Oh, that's not green. Why doesn't that look green? I don't know. It should look green. Maybe if I make it more red? Yeah, there we go. That looks green. I was like, why isn't that green? But yeah. Color contrast. I think making it a little darker would actually look greener, because green, it tends to be a darker color. And so if you go too bright in the grays, it's not going to look very green. And of course, we could actually also add green, like this. A very yellow gray. That might, yeah, I think that works. Little bits of green in here, maybe. Stuff growing on the sides. I don't normally go super detailed here, but this is the foreground, and we don't have much of a foreground in this painting. So I'm trying to add some little shapes and like lichen and stuff growing, little blotches of color. Basically just stuff to make it feel like it's, you know, more alive and not alive, but you know what I mean. Lively, more interesting shapes. Let's probably do something here as well. At this point, I'm just rendering. That's really what I'm doing. I'm just rendering. Little bits of blue on the top here where the light hits. Maybe we could try to do that lighting now. Let's try it. So this is... I'm a little afraid of this because I don't want to make the foreground too dark, and I might have already made it too dark. Right, so I don't want to go in here like this and make it just black. Right, that would look terrible. But there is the possibility that some of these, especially up here, so like here, maybe I'll just do this with, I'll do this in a different way. I'm adding like a very subtly light blue-gray, extremely subtle, just to one side. So kind of like in this image, right? So, well, not even in this image. Here, maybe this is how I can show it. So this is kind of what I'm doing. So all of this is in shadow, right? This entire section that I circled is in shadow. But this side of the shadow is bluish, right? And this side of the shadow is reddish, right? So it's a super subtle difference, but it's enough of a difference that you can kind of tell there's something going on with the lighting, right? And especially like here, it's pretty stark. So that's kind of what I want to do is I'm not doing light and shadow, but I'm doing, you know, the ambient light shadow from the sky versus the reflected light shadow from the light. So like a warm and a cool, or a subtly light and dark, right? So, and there is no light here, right? So it's a little different, but so yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna do like a warm, or maybe a cool, maybe a warm actually. Maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe we'll do warm. And we'll do it around, like, these rocks. So just basically on one side of the rock. Adding a little bit of extra shadow. Right? So you know, some of these cracks will get it in there. And I'm actually, the reason I'm going to add warmth is because I think the rest of the scene is lit by the sky. So these are going to be like occluded areas, you know, the sides of the rock maybe where you don't get a lot of, it's sheltered a little bit, or maybe it's bounced, you know, maybe there is some light and it's bouncing back in, or maybe it's bouncing in from the lava. And again, it's super subtle, but the reason I'm adding this is just a slight color or temperature shift, which I think it will be nice. Right, same in here, in these deep cracks. It's also just punching it out a little bit with the colors. I don't know what that sentence meant. Punching it out with the colors. What does it even mean? Popping out the forms, maybe, is what I meant? Something like that. Although it kind of just made it look like I made it darker. I think that works. This is one of those paintings where I think I'm gonna end up sharing it after stream to whoever I raid, and then I'll realize that I don't like it because I'm so tunnel visioned right now. I can't even think straight about what changes need to be made. But that's why breaks are important. Take breaks, y'all. They're good. We also don't have any depth of field. Like there's no like big objects in the foreground, which maybe is a problem. I don't know. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. And the posture check. I appreciate it. Well, if I take a real break, then I'm ending stream. But yeah, I don't have much depth of field in here, meaning like everything is kind of equally crisp, which it's okay because I kind of have some of that, you know, built in with the painting. Like some of the stuff, some of the edges in the background maybe are a little softer, just a tiny bit. And obviously there's atmospheric perspective, which does a little bit of that, but in terms of scale, Also, this rock here, I think we can maybe do some form stuff to it. Yeah, no, I'm not quite ready to end, but we are getting to the point where a little bit of orange on here. A little bit of orange. So yeah, I'm trying to add like ooh, that's kind of neat. This one could get a nice dark crevice in here. Ooh, that's very dark. Good night, I'm off to bed. See ya, Rihanna. Thanks for popping in. Always good to see you. I always appreciate you stopping by. You always have good things to suggest and talk about and add to the stream. Very much appreciate it. I do like the idea of the phoenix still. I may think about that. I'll have to think about it. But right now, I'm just trying to add a little bits of dark, little big chunky cracks. And I say big and chunky because I'm not trying to do like fine liner type stuff. This is big brush strokes. This stuff is not in focus. Right? It's purely like shape, silhouette, just the impression of cracked rock. I think we want that there. This rock, though, however, I am trying to figure out how to add the right amount of darkness to it. Adding a little bit of punchiness here. That's too crisp. Let's think. Let's think about how and what to change and add. We could do like heat waves, like some of the stuff, especially around some of the lava, could get a little blurry and softer. Because like it's hot, the heat kind of blurs things. Like whenever in movies they want to make something look like it's in the desert, they just add the wave. They distort the screen in crazy ways to like, look, it's hot. The heat is making things blurred. Like, come on, there's other ways to do it than that, but I do think in this case that we could maybe play with that, especially if we're going over the painting with sort of a fine-tooth comb of like, you know, smudging some shapes, you know, softening some edges, hardening others, just to like kind of doing that last little bit of a surface treatment. Now, I'm still not quite sure on the scale of this entire painting, and I feel like I should know what it is, but the reason I think this is just gonna be grass, and I was at one point thinking there were gonna be a lot of trees in here, and like this was gonna be a bunch of trees, but I think I'm not gonna go that route. Well, the lava kind of gives a scale reference. Yeah, but I mean, like, it does. It does. The lava does. What I meant, though, is, like, this stuff. Especially as you go back here. It's like, we could still have trees up here. Right? Because this could be big lava flows or small lava flows. Like, we don't really know. Up close, we know, right? Up close, we can pretty much understand because you have these little, like, specks. And, like, you aren't going to have big blobs of lava, right? Like, it's not really going to look like that. But back here, you don't really know, right? And we don't really have, like... And so how big do I, you know... Am I adding grass that looks like this, right? Or are these trees that look like that? Because if this was grass, that's a big thing of grass, right? And so it's kind of hard for me to know, like, exactly how big do I make the shapes back here. Like, I'm imagining this is basically just like a... You know, like this kind of, where it's just this smooth grass. You can't really see any individual strands. You know, maybe there's some blobby bushes here and there, but it's kind of just this soft like, tufts of grass and that kind of thing. Oh, you can't see that. Sorry. Like this image, right? Just sort of this softness to it. I kind of like that. Or another one. This is another example where like you just have this greenery over it. It's small. It's thin. There aren't trees, right? It's just yeah, kind of like that. I'm trying to think, and I have another or something like this, right? But then again, an image like this is also green, but these are actual trees, right? And so we could kind of do either, right? We could absolutely treat these as trees. But I think something like this is gonna... like one of those that I showed. Like this one. I think this is more what I'm looking for. Have grass between the rocks. Right, but the smooth transition from foreground to background, there isn't one. Not really. I mean, maybe a little bit here. But not much. I mean, kinda. It's sort... I guess it is sort... It's not really. I mean, it's still mid-ground to background. We don't really have a smooth transition from foreground. Everything has overlap, right? These are distinctly foreground. These are mid-ground, and we don't really know. There's no sudden... Well, no, but it's fudged, though. It's sort of... It's a little bit fudgy. Like, we don't really know. I'm are these rocks the same size as these rocks? Probably. Right? Like, it's hard... It's kind of hard to tell. We don't really... I mean, this maybe makes it a little bit more obvious because... Right? There's something like that. And in fact, I probably should do that. Sort of bring this down. But it's a little bit hard to tell. In fact, I don't know if I like this being here. That's one of the reasons why I think overlap is so nice in paintings, because you actually can get away with a lot of scale issues. Sure, but the path near the lava... Oh, this? Yeah, that's true. I mean, again, it still breaks, right? The path breaks, and you lose sight of it. And then when it comes out on the other side, these things are smaller, right? And then it goes back here, and it breaks, and then these things are smaller, right? So this is bigger than this, and there's a jump. It doesn't have to be perfectly right, and it's like there's sort of a trickiness going on, and you can sort of you can it's like a little sleight of hand, you know. Yeah, but it feels like the path is like a consistent. Oh, that's good. That's good that it feels that way, but it's not in scale, right? It's whatever scale it is. This is not measured. This is just made up, and then things get smaller, but also like does it get evenly like I try to make them smaller, but the overlap is where you can get away with it. If you don't have that overlap, if everything is perfectly smooth, you have to be so much more accurate, else everything falls apart. And yeah, you can get away with a lot. So overlap, folks. It's good. When in doubt, overlap shapes. I do want to include a little bit of like form, I guess, over here to make these things look like there's some sort of old city or building. keep in line with that initial idea of like some sort of dwarven fortress. City of the Dwarves. Dwartress. The Dwartress. Yes, exactly. A Dwartress. Oh, one thing that's kind of off, but not off in a bad way. But with the eruption, you'd probably have a really thick and dust. Oh, you would, and I already mentioned that. Yep, you absolutely would. It would be dusty, smoky. Also, even if it wasn't an active eruption, put aside all preconceived sort of notions of like how this would actually work in real life. But imagine you had a well of ever-flowing lava, right? Just infinite lava, like a river of water, basically, flowing and flowing. There is no breaking of earth, right? You would still get burning. You would still get smoke, right? Things that flake off. Like, you absolutely, you wouldn't have blue sky, right? And in fact, at the start of the stream, the sky was very blue. I've already graded up a lot. Obviously we've done a lot to it. It started like that. We've changed it so much. Actually, it didn't even start like this. It started like... No, maybe it did start like that. The contrast looks amazing, though. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Pat. I appreciate it. So yeah, it was very blue. We could maybe add a little bit more if we wanted. I do like the blue in here. It does... I actually like the blue. But I do think a little bit of fog or smoke. Yeah, this is actually kind of nice. Just a little bit of touch of blue there. Maybe we'll leave it like that. But yeah, you're right. There would be a lot more stuff. I really like the current composition. I like it too. It's nice. I think it's nice. I don't know if I'll like it next time I look at it, because every time I look at it, I think it improved, yeah. It's different also. So it's not strictly improvement. There is just a difference. Which is fine. Sometimes different is okay. Doesn't have to be better or worse. Now, I'm not sure what the lava's doing here. Not really. Also, it feels kind of small. It almost feels like this shouldn't be lava at all. But if I do that, then I'm afraid of something else happening, which is the lava stream will feel disconnected. Like if this is all not lava. I don't know. That'll be a problem for another day. What we could have is this could extend over here, and we could have like a... a bit of a tunnel, although maybe not, because that's one, there's only one thing like that. I don't know. I don't know. Before I end though, I feel like there's gonna be something I can find. I'm a little bit not happy with this this center structure. This one I think I'm okay with, just back here, because it's just far away. It doesn't have to be crazy, you know, perfect or anything. Maybe, oh, maybe we can go even lighter back here. Something like that, maybe. Just some stuff off in the distance, way far away. Little bits of value contrast. Maybe even up here. Maybe that's what this is. Maybe this is further away, so we just go like this. Smush it all together. Smushed values. Lighten that. Don't know if this is good or bad, but I'm doing it. Maybe it's not either. Maybe it's just a thing. It exists. Not good or bad. Little bits of stone here, jetting up. Little bits of rock. Kind of going like a little bit of an over-render look. Maybe not actually over-rendered, but getting there. No, probably not over-rendered. Probably actually... Oh, we're getting a raid. Welcome, raiders. You're back, Raichiana. Welcome back. Are you coming with the raid? Or are you just back in general? Welcome in, raiders. How is it going? Hope you're doing well. My name's Joe. Welcome in. We are cruising on this painting. We are grooving? No, that's not. We're not grooving. Maybe we are. I don't know. No, we're chilling. Hello, everyone. My name's Joe. I paint stuff. Pre-raid, gotcha. Yeah, we are chilling. We started a painting last stream. This is not it. This is the painting that we started. Well, technically we did more than that last stream. Don't mind my folder nightmare. This is the painting we did last stream, and then I took it and I'm reworking it today, and this is where we are now. So yeah. Amazing landscape, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Mary, would you like to share what you were working on today? Yeah, I expanded it. Yep, I made it wider. I about this much wider. It felt a little cramped. And also I changed things. I actually did like this sort of look that it had. But I didn't like that the lava felt very, very bottom heavy, which it still might be. So I tried to like bring it more up the scene. And obviously I worked on it a bit more, right? But I tried to bring the lava up the scene a little bit more. Yeah. You worked on some helmet studies. Oh, nice. Metal. Metal is always a fun thing to study. I haven't done a lot of metal studies, probably because I don't paint a lot of metal landscapes, and so like not typically the most urgent pressing matter, but I do want to do some metal studies sometime. I will say I like that there's a variety of metal. There's like especially like a dirty, grimy, grungy, like patinaed metal. I really like that stuff, and actually I've done a bit of that in environments as well. Um, you know, it's actually quite similar to painting rocks. You know, you can have shiny rocks, slick rocks, dark rocks, light rocks, right? Rocks with moss on them, rocks that are like have, you know, polished patterns and like very reflective. Like you kind of, it's very similar in a way. Obviously, they're different materials, but the variety is so varied, right? You can't just be like, I can paint metal. Like, you know, I think Clint Kearley has some really cool stuff on this. Here, let me move this off. Instagram. One of my favorite artists is Clint Kearley. Clint Kearley. He has a bunch of stuff like this. So he has all these studies where he takes basically just the same form. He does it with armor or whatever, and he renders it up. He has a whole bunch of them. You know, he'll do like wood. He's done some with like cardboard, which I thought was really cool. But like this one is you know, again, patinaed like copper or brass, right? So he has all this kind of thing. It's super cool. But yeah, would you like to share what you were working on? And he kind of goes through it step by step and adds layer of grime and adds different layers. And then he did one, which I thought was really neat. Oh yeah, here's one with wood. Oh no, this one's cardboard, right? And he added like the corrugation along the edges, which I thought was really cool. You know, some tape. He did a little bit of duct tape there. So he's starting with his same template, but he's turning it into like cardboard. And, you know, just really simple. Like he shows you the details, and it's not like it's super rendered, but it's just about the right details in the right spot. Anyway, I love this stuff. But anyway, this is not Mary's art. I would love to share Mary's art. Yeah, Clint Kearley's amazing. Anyway, I don't know why I went on a rant about Clint Kearley, but would you like to share your art? No, that wasn't Mary's. I'm so sorry. Mary rated us. I've seen that Shoemaker before. Yeah. He's quite popular. Yeah, but I really like material studies like that. Also, random tangent about Clint Kearley again. The way he did like a Lego study, and maybe not a study. This is wood. It's painted wood, but he's doing it on a Lego man. So like, it's a pre-existing form, or maybe he made the form. But anyway, I thought it was cool. But yeah, what were you working on? I mean, I know what you were working on, but if you'd like to share, you can. Or drop a link. The texture knowledge is insane, seriously. It is. The understanding of materials. Yeah, you know what's funny, though? I will say, and I think Clint Kearley shows it well, where, like, he still starts out with basic light. Oh, gosh, this stuff's so good. He still starts out with basic light and shadow, which you obviously do too. Here, oh, here's this. This is amazing, by the way. Look at these. Look at the metal. But yeah, I think Clint starts out with a lot of stuff like this as well, where he'll start out with basically a value sketch. And then from there, he'll make adjustments based on like, oh, this is more shiny. And so he'll add shine to the shiny parts, you know, and not to the shadow parts. And then, oh, because it's shiny, the shadow parts will actually get darker, so he'll up the contrast. But yeah, this stuff's amazing. This is you, I assume. Oh wait, no, these are pinned. Hold on. This is 5 days ago. Sorry, I always get confused on Instagram. This is 6 hours. Oh, this is amazing. Ooh, it's getting risque. Oh, it's the zoom in. Okay. I like it though. This is really well done. That was that one zoom in was funny. From here to here. It's like juicy abs. Yeah. No, it's nice. You did a really good job on this. Super good job. I don't know why this zoom in. I love zoom ins like that, where it's just like, just so subtle. It's like almost no difference in scale, but yeah, I love it. I like this. No, these are great. These are amazing. Thank you so much for the raid and for bringing your community in. That's some ranting reels. Oh, are these ranting reels? That's all good. I don't have the sound turned on. We like our ranting here. We rant a lot on this stream. Or ramble. Ramble and rant, both, depending on the day. I don't think we ranted today. I think I rambled a bit. The ranting reels? I actually don't quite know what you mean by ranting reels, but I will need to take a look. See if I can steal some tips to get the followers. No, I don't know if I would actually apply them. I can't believe the only message I've sent in the last hour is Dwartress. I've been distracted. Shame on you, Sarah. No, I'm kidding. No, thank you, Sarah. I very much appreciate it. And also, yeah, that means a lot. Just you being here, yeah, don't worry about sending stuff. Don't worry about chatting. Sometimes you've got to work on stuff on the side. Streams are best. I mean, lurkers are the backbone of Twitch, right? Isn't that what people say? Which I think is true. They literally make... If Twitch would not exist without lurkers, everybody would be sitting at like 3 viewers if it was only chatters. Most people don't have that many chatters at a time. They almost take no work to post, so free media, I guess. Yeah, that's fair. I don't really... Yeah, I haven't done a lot to like try to grow my following. I just kind of sometimes post and sometimes don't. I want people to draw while I draw, so working lurkers are the best. Yeah, I mean, they're certainly important, right? And I think in some ways that's the way I like to use Twitch, is sort of as a method of inspiration and motivation. You know, if I'm going to work, I like to turn someone on and just listen, because it inspires me to know that they're working alongside with me. And so why... I would assume that that's also how others are going to use it. Or at least it's going to be one of the ways that people use Twitch. Ooh, I like that. Look at that. Nice shape here going in. I like that. That was a good choice that I just made. I'm just randomly complimenting myself. Not egotistical at all. Okay. But yeah, I think this is a good spot to end it. I say, as I keep painting. It's hard to end streams. Also, it's weird that the light, or that the green is brighter than the rest, than the rock. Like, I feel like that's backwards. Because, yeah, grass typically isn't that bright. But that's okay. Artistic license. Or just laziness. I will say it is cool when here. What if I do something? What if I go edit? What if lava makes the temperature rose? Remember? Oh, it does. Thanks. Thanks for the remember to drink some water. Um, what about filter? How do I invert? I'm just curious. I know it's silly. Edit. Transform. No. Tonal correction. Reverse gradient. Oof. That's something. What a weird effect. That's it's funny because as I make it as I lighten it, it first turns totally gray. Because the medium point is a gray. I don't know. So if I put it 50-50, it should be totally gray. Yeah, that's weird. It's like very strange. I will say, actually, hold up. Did I just discover something? This is a little bit contrasty. Do I like this? Ever so slightly? It's cranking up the contrast, or it's lowering the contrast in the shadows, which I kind of like. So we're just adding a layer of mist, just ever so slightly. Which is good because, I mean, we can still have some dark shadows, but it should be smoky, right? Okay, anyway, there's something. There. I like that. And now. Now. I don't know. Just adding a little bit of contrast. Some of the forms here probably aren't the greatest. Trying to figure out what the form should be. Yeah, do we put castles back there? Probably not. Also, this is cool, but it feels a little bit heavy-handed. It's the only spot that this really exists. And it's not clear what's happening. This would be a cool treatment to do kind of over the whole thing, is take this this lighting and really go in here and figure out the forms of these. That would be neat. Because they're a little bit wishy-washy right now. It's 3 random blocks. Maybe we add some up there. up here. I do feel like some of these squares up here can be a little bit more square. Or some of these rocks can be a little more square. And that'll be nice because it'll help add some of that repetition to the form, or to the shapes. I don't know if that one comes across as a square, though, or as a cube. Technically, I'm making cubes. Or like, what if one of these was a cube? Maybe it's sitting on this ledge. No. Not that. I mean, I kind of like the idea, but I don't know. Not the direction I want to take it right now. Let's see. So what else? I mean, I do think I adding some of these shapes in the foreground, maybe here. This can be the cube. Really testing my how to draw basic forms in perspective. I shouldn't say challenging, but it's certainly, if I get it wrong, it'll be obvious. I kind of like it though. Maybe like a little bit of an underbite. That's not the real word, but that, you know, a little bit of shadow under here. A bit of shadow there. Could also do this up here. So exact same shape pattern. This one's a little bit overgrown too, maybe. Maybe we gotta do some more in the back though. Maybe it went up here. Maybe that's what this is, and it'll be a nice contrast back here. It's a tiny detail, but I feel like it could be nice. Helps add some of that story a little bit. I envy how fun you're having doing your background. I just saw. Well, I will say it's funny. Soljiro, ARG, thanks for popping in, by the way. I will say it's funny because this is not like 99% of my paintings on Twitch do not make it into a second day of painting, and I never get into this sort of like detailed thing. Awfulness. This is actually like, yeah, so I kind of understand, I think, where you're coming from. This is in some ways suffering. The only reason that it's not right now is because I'm actually liking how this is coming about, sort of. But most of the stuff that I paint ends up just being about this loose, or okay, a little bit here. Let me give you a better example of what I normally do. And I'll close this, don't save. Double save that one just to make sure. Let me open up an older file. Let me find the thing I did. Oh, so the other day I did some plein air painting, or virtual plein air painting. This is where it ended up, right? So very little detail, right? I mean, this is as detailed as it got, right? Literal blobs in shapes. And this was from a reference. But sometimes if I'm just making it up as I go, I'm trying to find one that I actually liked. So I am trying to cherry pick an example here. This one I didn't really like, but this is a day one stream painting where a lot of times they just turn out very like it's just very blobby and a lot of big shapes. Really, oh, this one, thank you. Yeah, this one was fun. I really enjoyed this one, Sarah. The plein air painting, the virtual plein air painting. It was fun because I wasn't super faithful to the original, but I hobbled pieces together. Like this dog was in the street view, but it was on the other side of the street, and so I combined it into one image, and so it was kind of the same image. Yeah, and then like I added the blue. I think it had a little bit of blue in there, but it wasn't really in the scene. There was nothing on this cart in the real street view. It was like just an empty cart. And so I added the stuff in here, and I've added, you know, the punches of blue. So I kind of invented some stuff, but yeah, I think a lot of my paintings are here. Let's just spin the wheel. Hold on. Let me spin the wheel. Scroll up and down, click. This one. Oh, yeah, here's a good example. So like this one, there's very little detail, right? This was a one-day painting. You know, it's mostly big shapes of value, you know, graphical shapes. I'm not going in here and adding like window panes and, oh, let's add this stuff. And, you know, I'm not typically doing that kind of thing. You could spend all day doing that. I generally, like, look at this tree back here. Literal line. Just a line. You know, we could have done more with the shape if we wanted, but it's a lot of that stuff, and I like this stuff. I like the shapey stuff. The detail stuff is my least favorite. You know, once we get into the point where we're like coming in here and adding texture or you know, additional bounce light, I just not my jam at all. Seriously, great work. Oh, thank you. I will say, though, I have lately been getting a little more into details. I just finished my Italy piece the day before Thanksgiving and can confirm you can spend many days doing that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, there are some paintings where that is really fun. So I found a way that I really like details, which is, again, rare. But so a while back, I did a puzzle illustration. And because it was an illustration meant to be looked up at close, right? It's like normally when I paint, I'm like, oh, well, I just want the design. You know, I want to design the thing. I don't care about the details. As long as it reads as the thing, or if I'm telling a story, as long as you can tell what the story is, why would it matter if there's a freckle on this person's elbow? You know, like, why does that matter? Not that I do characters with elbows, but you know what I mean. But because I was doing a puzzle, I could kind of sink hours into it, and it was kind of fun because like, ooh, let's add things for the viewer to explore, right? Like, if you're gonna be viewing this image up close, and this is the size of a puzzle piece, let's add little, you know, Easter eggs and stuff. And so that was fun, and so that was a fun painting to do because it was for a thing that will be viewed up close. But like this painting, it won't be, right? I don't know what, this isn't gonna be anything. It's just, it might make its way to Instagram, maybe not. And it'll never be, it's not really for anything. So sometimes detailing can feel just like a frivolous act of just like tedium. So it kind of, I think for me, it depends on what it's for. You know, if I know it's gonna be viewed up close, then it might be more important to me to do details, and then I can kind of justify the time spent. Yeah, I don't like details if I don't think they're important. And a lot of times they aren't. It is more about big shape and, you know, composition, that kind of stuff. You know what we don't have? We don't have any stuff on this side of the... Only elbowless characters in this stream. Yep. Also, the studies of that of that Clint, sir. I'm trying to do something like that. Like, I don't know, doing a shoe with water crystal. Yeah. You take a basic form, and then you do like a material study on that form. Yeah, that's a really cool exercise, and I would love to do more of that. Yeah, take like a basic shoe, and then once you do your basic shoe form in sort of like grayscale shoe, you could take it, copy it, and then do it in like 3 different materials or 4 or whatever. You know, yeah, like one is in crystal, the other is in cardboard, the other is in, you know, I don't know, plastic wrap or something. And I think with the Clint studies that I showed, for those who don't know who Clint Kearley is, this is the artist that I was showing off. He's one of my favorites, but he did a series of studies where he takes this exact same basic armor, and he turns it into different materials. So like he did one where he did like a brass, you know, he did a bunch of metals. He had some where he did I show you the cardboard one? Yeah, I showed you guys the cardboard one. I don't know why I can't find them. Yeah, here's one where he turned it into cardboard, and that means like changing the silhouette slightly. You know, he obviously had to change the form a little bit to make it work with cardboard. And of course he had some fancy things like the tape holding it together, which is fun. All right, you know, here's one where it's the same form, but he turned it into stone. I just think these are such good studies. I mean, obviously he's extremely good at it, but you know, he did the same thing with wood. You know, here's one he did with crystal. And it's just a really cool way of doing it, because you're using a practical form. It's not just like, here's a sphere. Now, obviously, doing it as a sphere is neat as well. I tend to think of my personal work, says Sarah, as... Oh, I missed the chat. As how far along might this be in production pipeline? If I'm trying to show off my pre-production viz dev, I don't care much about details. If I'm trying to show off my production and design chops, I need more about details. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? And it also just depends on... It's not even about how far along the pipeline. It also depends on what pipeline are you in, right? If you're in illustration versus design, right? That's a different thing. If you're doing... like, it also just matters what you're doing, because not all art needs to be detailed, and it's not all going to be viewed in a detailed way. And yeah, it's there's a lot to think about. This is somebody early at the very start of stream asked about colors and like, how do you get your colors to be correct? And of course, in my normal fashion, I didn't answer it directly, and was like, it depends on what your goals are, right? Because what does correct mean? Are you trying to tell a story? Maybe if you just paint from real life, that real life may not tell the story. It may not express how you were feeling or how you thought about the scene when you viewed it, even if the colors are accurate, right? I used air quotes there, you couldn't see me. But like, just because you have accurate colors to what, you know, a photo is, doesn't mean that the mood comes across in the scene. So you might intentionally choose to exaggerate those colors, right? Or like, you know, a movie, like, it's so hard to even know what accurate means, because that changes, depends on what your goals are, right? If it's to reproduce an image, well, accurate has a pretty straightforward answer. If it's to express a story or set a mood, well, that might change. And even with cameras, I gave an example earlier that I was proud of my example, personally, but it was with clouds, where like, just if you take a photo, let's say from an airplane window, and you're pointing it right at clouds, your camera will white balance those clouds, so you'll have dark shadows and white light. But if you take a zoomed out photo of a skyline, where you have a grove of trees in the front and then the sky and the clouds in the background, the clouds will be very, very light relative to those trees. You aren't going to have the full range of colors and values in your sky, because you're not focusing on the sky, right? The sky is in the background, and therefore you're going to have a very light, washed out background relative to the rest of the image. And so even just what you're focusing on is going to change how you see those colors, right? Because you still want to make the image look nice. And so there's so many different effects that change what colors are accurate. And so it's a hard thing to answer. And yeah, the same is true with how much detail do you add. It depends. Always. It always depends. So yeah, that's my rant. I gave that same rant earlier today too, but yeah, I'm getting towards the end of stream here. This is the study if someone wants to see. Yeah, I'd love to see. I'd love to see. Also, I have like 10 windows open. Hold on, let me close some of them. Ooh, I love the 5 years ago now. Oh my god, these are amazing. What? Texture differentiation tests compared them. What? These are so good. What? Dang. I can't read these properly, but these are so good. That's cool. Also, I like how you played around a lot more with silhouette of the design. You a lot closer to what Clint Kearley did. Wait, are these yours? Yeah, these are yours. Oh wait, oh, that's not you. Gotcha. Okay, those aren't you. I was gonna say, this person, it's funny because just like in the Clint Kearley example, okay, this isn't you. I was thinking I was thinking that was you, but that's fine. But yeah, so here I can share these on screen. But yeah, the first year, this person said they're 5 years apart. It's hard to see. But like you can see like leaves. And then these leaves are much more like they're silhouettes, right? Metal, they added more filigree. I don't know. But yeah, they're like snow, and then the snow has more snow. Although, why is there an ice? I don't know. Some of these are weird. I don't really understand them. But whatever. It's a choice. I do like that they got more creative with them, like this the blood in the jar or whatever. Like they did a fairly standard job here, but then they added again changing silhouette, changing shapes, just adding things, right? Like here's a cloth. Well, here's another cloth, but it's more, you know. I think it's pretty cool. I think those are neat. Oh, you can't see. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I was talking about like comparing like these two. Whoops, this one and then this one. So like this one was nice, but it didn't have this like organic look to it. And then like if you compare the snow, right? Even the snow has different shapes. They really played with shape, right? Or in silhouette. So the first time they did these are very low resolution because I just grabbed them off their Twitter. This is the thing the other person showed. Right, this has no silhouette, and then this one has a lot more silhouette showing. Also, they have ice here. Is this are these? I don't know. But anyway, but you can see the upgrade, right? Like from this one to this one, right? They've done more with like the ground and the spilling. Anyway, I thought it was kind of cool. And that is what we were talking about. Oops. But yeah, that's a lot of what I was talking about with when doing those things is because like when you're gonna make something look like cardboard, right? You're gonna have edges that are different, right? You're gonna have bits of bent cardboard. Maybe some of it will be torn, right? So it's not just let's make a sphere. Well, what does that mean? Maybe is it a sphere built out of it? Are you gonna have these weird creases? And are you gonna have parts ripped off? Like so I find that having a form when you do those studies is nice because then you can really start to think about like how do you construct the thing, you know, what is it sitting on, and just I don't know, because a lot of explaining the shape or a material is oftentimes is that context. It's not just here is a sphere with the light and the physical properties of a leaf, but it's like, well, the silhouette does matter because that's how you can tell a leaf. It's not just is it shiny like a leaf, right? it's also, does it behave and fold and bend like a leaf? And I don't know. I like that stuff. I think it's a neat thing to think about. But yeah, we are getting ready. Oh my gosh, I've already gone over time. Okay, I think it's a good spot to end stream. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Yeah, we are. I think I might work on this more. Probably not anymore next stream. Next stream will be on, I was gonna say Monday, but today is Monday, isn't it? Next stream will be on Thursday. I don't think I'll work on this more, but I might work on this more off stream. I don't know. Maybe I will do another stream because it would be fun to like build up more of these forms. I know initially I had all these rocky structures, but some of these, it would be kind of neat to do like a make some of these rocky structures more square and more like man-made. I think it'd be kind of fun. So yeah, that's probably a good spot to stop. Good place to end. This rock stands out too much though. It's too the detail level is too tiny, I think. I feel like maybe if we added like a little bit of a line here. Or something. Then maybe add some plant life growing in here. That might bring attention back into here. See, it would be fun to do this. I mean, there's so much stuff we could do. That way we're not just like super tiny details, right? We're actually like, because you don't just want one spot with tiny details, right? You want the details should like match, and so yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to think about it. I will work on this more later, but until then, take care, everyone. Yes, 3 days a week, Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So next stream will be Thursday. I also have a Patreon, patreon.com/jstiller30, and a YouTube, which I also stream on, and I'm live right now. But that's mostly for VODs. And